it is. Here, someone's carrying one. Who's hiding?
Yeah, you have the wrong agenda, sister. That's the old one.
Abby, are you having issues with some?
Is that the one that was here?
Yeah, this is the one that's here.
No, it's been amended.
Okay.
Okay, let me go get you one.
That one?
What are you getting?
The new agenda, the updated one.
This is the updated one.
Oh, do I
Oh,
not
here.
have? All right, hi, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. The Historic District Commission is the most trusted name in regulatory hurdles, by the way. Also the most watched TV show on television right at the moment. Just goes to show what your options are. We have almost everybody here present, either live in the room or on Zoom. So we have Abby Camp, this is just for the record, Val Oliver, Ray Pohl, Connie Johnson, live. Patton, I'm so sorry. I'll tell you about that in a second. Angus McLeod, Carrie Thornwell, and Joe Paul all on Zoom, right?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, okay. So ideally, we're going to be taking the people at the table and doing, selective people on Zoom, sort of a rotation, although Angus is a full-time member, so Angus, you'll be on all of them unless, something else happens, okay?
Thanks, Ray.
All right. So for those of you in the audience, just turn off your phones and let us know if you're recording anything. Anyone on Zoom, don't share any private personal stuff, Okay, so the first item up on the agenda is our very large consent agenda. Now, I got a feeling, because this has been like 3 weeks worth, that certain people are going to need to recuse. So we have some quorum stuff.
Yeah.
Let me just see. So Val's needs to recuse. Angus, I see one on there for you, right?
There's just one, so if we pull that, I can.
All right. Well, that
It's
might
number
be
69.
fine, although I'm not, do I have
I
any?
have 7.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe you have anything on consent.
Me?
I don't believe Botticelli and Poll has anything.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
And this is Joe speaking. I only have consent with condition items, so I'm free and clear on regular
Okay.
consent.
All right. I think we're good. So,
I have a bunch, I have a few on each, Ray. This is Carrie.
yeah.
I have a few on each, so I gotta sit out part of it.
Yeah, just for
Oh.
sake of simplicity, we'll have you sit out.
Yep.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chair, sorry, one more thing.
Yeah.
You have your property on consent as well,
Oh, shoot.
number 74.
Yeah, all right. How about we pull that, okay, folks? We're gonna pull 74. Then I can share through everything except that one.
Angus only has 1. So
Right, but I'm not sure we need to go down that road just yet, okay? All right, so we're looking at the consent agenda. Abby has just informed me that there is one on the
Abby.
consent agenda. Abby, is that correct?
Yeah, number 7114.
Silver Street,
71.
the hardscape, not the shed.
Got it. Okay. So for all of you watching on TV and those of you in the audience, we're approving the consent agenda, which is 81 items with the exception of item 71, which is 14 Silver Street, and 74, which is 24 Pine Street. Okay? And for that board, it will be Abby, not Val, myself, Connie, so that's 3. Angus, right?
Only if you pull number 69, West
All
Sankaty.
right, let's try something else then. Joe, did you say you had only consents on consent with conditions?
Correct.
All right, so you can sit on this.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, we do have a four-person board. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah.
All right, so can I have a motion from one of the four sitting board members to approve all the consents with the exception of 71 and 74?
So moved.
Thank you. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor as well. So those consent items are all now approved. We're getting some feedback from somebody.
Yeah.
All right, now, let's see. Abby, do you mind doing my 74?
Sure.
That's the landscape at Pine Street. So if you chair it, I think you can have anyone you want except me.
Okay. Are we taking a look at it, or do we just want to?
No, we just pulled it,
We
so,
pulled it so that I could chair the other
Right.
ones, that's why.
Okay. Let's see, we've got Connie and Val
you,
and myself and Joe
I can do it too.
and Angus.
yep,
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve number 74. What number? 24 Pine Street.
Yeah, thank you, Angus. All in favor of Angus's motion? Connie? Aye. Val?
aye,
Joe?
Aye.
And myself, and Angus?
Aye.
Okay, that passes.
Great, thank you, Abby. Now, Abby, what is the nature of your question on item 71? Because, let's see, Julie is not in the audience.
Just that so it's a long driveway and it ends up in front of the house. So,
Do you think that we should hold this for representation?
I think it might be fair.
Okay, I'm gonna, when I get a moment, I'm gonna text Julie, see if she's around to hop on Zoom or something. All right, so for the moment, folks, we're gonna bypass 14 Silver Street, see if we can get somebody to represent it and address Abby's concerns. So let's move along to consent with conditions.
did we do Angus's? Or did we pull it?
We did it.
Okay,
We
okay,
did it. He signed
pile.
off at the
Okay.
first batch.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now, who is conflicted on consent with conditions? Anyone? Well, Joe has already said that he is. Carrie is. You're not conflicted.
No,
It's just Carrie and
Okay,
Joe,
anybody
Mr.
at the
Chair.
I am
Table.
not conflicted, Ray.
Anybody at the table conflicted? I think the answer is no, right? No. Okay, Angus, and you're not either, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's our board. Would someone care to make a motion on consent with conditions?
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
Oh, love it. Okay, Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye,
Angus,
Aye.
Ray, aye. Okay, that's consent with conditions. We're like cooking with gas.
Jeez.
We're almost finished, folks. We're winding down.
don't
the
jinx
evening.
it.
Okay, so now we have signs.
Yeah, I would like to share.
Oh, did you want to say something, Tori?
No, she's okay.
Oh, well, not for signs, right?
Oh, sorry, I forgot signs first, yeah. I was gonna say, are you the
Let's
sign
not-
lady?
Okay, so, in our usual fashion, you can see that the sign advisory committee has reviewed and given recommendations on the 6 signs that are on our agenda. Generally, we will go with their recommendations unless anyone has any objections.
Motion to approve signs per the sign committee's recommendations.
Very good, and that's going to be everyone at the board, at the table, plus Angus.
Are we omitting 2 and 3 that they say to hold?
What?
Per their recommendations
Yeah,
as
that-
to
they will
hold,
hold
yeah,
it.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
They'll hold it. And,
yeah,
file whatever revisions they're requesting. Okay, so that is the motion.
yep.
On the motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, signs are out of the way. Questions for our preservation planner? Open mic.
It's too much.
It's too many pages or?
No,
Oh,
it's
oh.
just, it's hard to remember 75 applications and then remember what questions we want to
Yeah,
ask.
well.
Hopefully, everybody read them.
We have the packets on the table if you need, okay? All right.
Mr. Chair?
Anything for you to report, Holly?
Yes, sir. So I just wanted to mention something that I've been seeing consistently with the applications within the OHD are dates of construction not put on the COA. And I will indicate that on my staff comments. This is just a reminder to everybody with submitting applications that regardless if you're submitting for the building or even hardscaping associated with that historic building, it should be included. It's part of the whole context. And for you all, your, I guess, reference, if there is an application that you all are going to be reviewing tonight that does not have it on there, I've been putting it very consistently put on COA, so I would respectfully request the board to, if you're so inclined to approve applications, to make sure that's included within your motion, so that way staff can annotate the file accordingly.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you very much. All right, well, so now we have one view that was held over at the request of the commission. That is being chaired by Stephen, who's not with us yet. Oh, and that's yours, Tori.
Yeah.
All right, so you have Abby here, Val, Angus, Connie, and you could pull in, theoretically, we could have Abby chair, and you could pull in either Carrie or Joe.
Joe, I believe, heard it on the 7th of October, according to my notes,
Oh, so he's familiar.
if that's helpful. Yeah.
All right, Abby?
Sure.
well, Is that how you want to proceed then?
Sure, that'd be great.
Without Stephen?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, through you to Tora, you need to register so I can put you onto the panelist.
Did you send me that thing?
You can do it on the agenda. Click on the Zoom webinar link to register. And then I can promote you to panelist, then you can screen share.
Give me a minute, I don't have the agenda. Just 1 second.
sorry, Kathy, what's the issue?
For me to share, I need it.
Oh, do you want to share?
I did, if that's okay, based on the request of the
Well,
board.
you guys will have to work that out. I use a pencil.
I am putting it on right now.
Here.
Abby, you good?
I'm good.
Sharon? Okay.
I'm just waiting for her to, tell me when you're ready,
I
Tori.
just clicked on it, Kathy.
Stand by, I don't see you yet.
Got it.
That's my quick and Tori, just in the interest of time, is there any reason that Fiona can't be showing?
Just with the additional information we gathered today.
Oh.
And I have pictures as well.
Precedent, yeah.
Tora, you should be okay.
I'm muted on Zoom, I just need to turn the volume on. Yeah. There you go, should be good. Okay, so do you guys see? Screen share.
Well, so we can start by naming who's on the board. Myself, Val, Angus, and Connie and Joe.
Okay. You guys see everything? So we are here for 32 Hulbert Avenue. This is old business that was carried over for a site viewing pending our last time before you on the 28th of October. At that time, there was not so much favorability for the proposed as-built gates. There's an additional Belgian block border that's proposed that is not an as-built situation. And we just wanted to add to your site viewing our recent precedent photos from the neighborhood. We were able to secure quite a wide range of spectrum of arbor designs, in addition to quite a few properties that do have a Belgian block border as we're proposing, so to speak. So we're looking to present those to you tonight, and then looking to see what your opinions are after reviewing all that. This is one of 3 as-built gates. This is on the northeast corner of the home, and I do have a photo I took today of it not being visible from the road. This is 2 of 3, or sorry, 3 of 3, 1 of 3, 2 of 3, that is in the rear of the lot, surrounded by the garden. I have a photo from the street today as well. This third one, these last 2 pictures are of the one at the driveway itself, focused on Willard Street, which is clearly visible. We had a conversation if the applicant owner was willing to remove the first one, the last one of the photos. And we could consider with you a conversation about the other 2 not being visible in perpetuity, that we may be able to suggest that conversation this evening. This photo right here before you is the 1, 2 out of 3 that's in the backyard in the garden from the road today. And this is from the road today of the first of the 3. We also, I've got Natalie here from Weisentenner Landscaping who put these together today. This is a sample at 9 Hulbert Avenue and a photo of the existing gate with another page of suggestions after we review the precedent photos we're going to be showing you, if these might be options to clean up the gate that is visible from the road, whether it was cutting the curved beams or vertical slats or cutting the overhead pieces on the top of the arbor. Moving forward, I'm just going to go through a bunch of various arbors and granite curbing. This is at Henry Street around the corner. This is at 3 Hulbert Avenue, both of those. This is at 3 Willard Street. You can see the granite at the bottom of the privet there. 7 Willard, 7 Willard, 8 Willard.
Back up.
Yep,
You're going way too fast.
sorry.
Okay.
This is at 30 Easton Street. This is the arbor and the curbing at 30 Easton Street again, the granite at the base of the privet. This is a little different than the granite we're proposing, but I just wanted to show you samples of what's in the neighborhood. This is at 34 Easton Street. You can see there's a granite surround with a brick perimeter lining shell drive. Some more close-ups of 34 Easton. Again, we're proposing granite blocks, but it gives you an idea of the neighborhood.
What address is that one?
This is all 34 Easton Street.
Okay.
This is 34 Easton. Now we're at 37 Hulbert Avenue. This is across the street from the application subject address. This is their arbor. And this is, again, the granite along the edge of the driveway and at the base of the privet, as we're suggesting. This is at 39 Hulbert Avenue
like a
across the
slideshow.
street. This is
Yeah,
a
no,
41.
Tori, I think I think we get it.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted kind of show you what we came across as we
No,
went
thank you
through.
for showing those because I didn't actually know there were so many examples of granite going along the road
Correct.
down
And to-
there.
Yeah, to be clear, what we're proposing is a 4-inch reveal on the vertical at the base of the privet hedge. And it would,
Just to keep the mulch from running off onto the road, because it's a slipping hazard for bicyclists and stuff that are going by. The client is actually concerned about the safety of the road.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. All right, let's hear from the board.
I went by and took pictures. You can see these this time of the year because of the privet being so sparse. I think the issue is not that it's an arbor and not that it's got a gate, but it's a combination of things that is very unusual. A typical arbor that's round with a gate is very common down there. It's the combination of the two. So I think it needs to be simpler. And in my mind, it's to get rid of the lattice top circle. If it's just the pergola and the gate without that round lattice thing,
Insert, yeah.
whatever it is, it would be more typical.
Okay, thank you, Val. Connie?
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the style than the actual, the granite. That seems to be okay, but it's much too ornate. If somehow it can be simplified, like Val said, maybe take out that lattice work. Not too crazy about the top, but if, we could work with that maybe. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Joe?
Yeah, I think it's the combination of elements, as Val stated. I think that the gate on its own, even with that grid and a full circle, it's a little bit atypical, but if it didn't have anything overhead, I think it would be palatable. In fact, if it was that scale, it would probably be better painted white than natural. But with the item overhead in combination with the lattice, I think that there's a lot of tension there. Of all of the examples that you showed were mostly the semicircle arbor overhead with the complementary semicircle gate, and those two items in combination work well together. But I think it's the combination of the circular geometry and the pergola feels heavy, I think, because the purlins that are running perpendicular to the two main cross beams, they're really heavy, and it feels top heavy. In fact, if the purlins were not there or they were internal to the thing, that might help calm it down. But yeah, I think it's just a combination of items. Yeah, see that there, at least this one is it's a little bit simpler, but just feels really top
Troy,
heavy.
could you bring up the one that's existing on the screen?
Yeah, see this one here that you're showing right now? You don't see the purlins. They're inset into the, I don't know what we want to call them, the beams that run left to right. The perpendicular members are secondary, but the ones that you have on site, they're so we can see it in the upper left of that image. They're just very top heavy, and I think with the circle projecting up on that gate, it's just really, it doesn't work well together, in my opinion.
Thank you, Joe. Did I miss Mickey Rowland?
I don't see him up there.
Abby, I'm here. Would you like to hear from me?
Yes, could you leave that slide
No.
up? Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so we talked about this last time, and our comments really haven't changed. That it's the arbor, as everybody's been saying, is a little bit too strong. It's just a much simpler version, and I totally agree with what Joe's saying about the cross members pointing back and forth. In terms of the, the border, the stone border, yes, do seem to be a number of them. I wonder how many of those were actually approved by the HTC. And there also just don't seem to be a lot in that neighborhood along Holbert Avenue. And Holbert is quite different than Easton. I think it's should be less formal. Easton is closer to town and more of a traveled way than Holbert, which has more of that beach kind of feel. Still think the border is unnecessary and changes the character of the property and the neighborhood there. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mickey. Angus?
Thanks. So I agree with everything that Joe added to Val's. It's the combination, and also the beam, if we want to call it that, is oversized. So I think that it's either got to be an arched top that responds to the circular doorway, or eliminate the circle and go with a smaller, simpler scale for the upper part, more like the examples that were shown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Excuse me, Miss, yeah, use the microphone.
Hi, can I ask a question about, I had proposed maybe shaving off the parts of the top of the arbor that are curved and then filling in perhaps the door. It's just, I'm trying to keep the deer out of the garden, and so if I leave the circle open, they'll just jump right through. So I was wondering if we were to put slats to the top, would that be okay? And then just change the shape of the top of the arbor so that it's not curved and it's just a straight line? Would that be toned down enough?
Well, so I haven't gone yet, and I'm on this board as well. That looks even more complicated than the existing one. So I think we might want to hold for revisions. So let me hear.
I would make that motion.
What's the pleasure of the board? Go ahead. Somebody said something.
Oh, I was going to say I would make a motion to hold for revisions.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So on Angus's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I am in favor of that as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Let's see, next up, we're moving to new business of 1021. First up, sauna with the fence, 30 Pollywog. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Can I ask you a question right from the get-go?
Yeah.
This is an as-built, right?
Half of it is an as-built, and then other half is what we'd like to continue the fence.
Go ahead, sorry.
So basically,
Sauna, hang on one second.
Okay.
So you're gonna have everyone at the table plus Angus,
okay,
who's on Zoom, okay?
great.
All right, thanks.
So basically, the background is that the people who own Pollywog, the house on Pollywog, they bought the house, and before they moved here from New York 3 years ago, the neighbor tore down the privet that was between the two houses. So when they showed up, there was no privet. And the privet is on their property, it's their privet, et cetera. So they've been having,
Let me be clear.
yeah,
On whose property?
on my clients.
The neighbors tore down the privet that was on your client's
Yes.
property? Okay,
After they closed on the house, but before they moved here.
okay,
So then they've been having quite a few issues with the neighbor. The neighbor keeps trimming the back of their privet and pulling out, and I've showed pictures of like piles of privet that's on the neighbor's property that is taken from my neighbor's privet, or from my client's
okay.
privet. So they decided to put up a fence. They didn't realize they needed a permit for a fence. They weren't told by the fence guy, so they put it up. And so that's why, basically, so that orange line is where they did the new fence, and it is in the same location where the privet was. And then the green line is where they want to continue that fence all along that border with that neighbor. That's
Okay.
basically it.
Does everyone understand
Yeah.
the premise here? Okay, very good. Let's.
I'll go.
see. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you, Val.
So the key to this is you're not gonna have a 6-foot fence all the way to the street. It's dangerous for people to back out, and it needs to drop down to, at the most, probably a 4-foot board fence. 3 foot for visibility purposes, at least one section back.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, who's next?
I'm happy to go.
Thank you, Angus. Go ahead.
So along the same lines that Val's talking about, usually these board fences happen behind the facade of the house. So that's what I would be looking for, is where it's marked in green. That would be the closest that this would start to the road. And from there back, usually there's some sort of vegetation to sort of uh, soften the end of the fence that's closest to the road. So that would sort of be a combo thing that I'd be looking for. But what's there right now is not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. Let's see, Abby and Connie.
I have nothing to add.
Okay.
Me neither.
All right, so if I were to sum this up, I think, and this would have actually been my suggestion. The green part, sauna,
Yep.
which is the 5-in-1 that would be new.
Yep.
I think the board is comfortable with that in its location.
Okay.
But the L-shaped yellow piece, golden piece, I think needs to go down to 3 feet. Does that
The
sound
whole
like?
thing, or just,
I have a suggestion.
Well, hang on, here,
but they
okay,
have,
go
they
ahead.
have planted trees in front of the fence to try to hide it a bit. on the
Where?
outside.
See, I'm in agreement with Val on the sort of safety, also, our fence guidelines don't allow 5-in-1 fences to go all the way up to the property line.
Especially since it's just a driveway, I mean.
Right, so what was your? what were
So
you gonna
I
say?
was gonna say, the leg that connects to the house
Yeah.
could stay
Okay.
as the 5-in-1, and everything forward of that should go down to at least a 4 or a 3-foot fence.
And back from the road.
And also, it cannot be on the property line, and it has to be inward of your property line a little bit, and there should be some sort of vining vegetation every other section that will grow up and out and mitigate that fence.
So, if we bring it down to a 3 or 4 foot, what style? Are you talking?
It could be board, which it doesn't need to be, it could be a picket. I don't think you really need privacy in your driveway,
No.
and it's for safety purposes.
Okay.
That's my 2
So
cents.
this picture here, you can
That's my
see
8
that
cents.
the street starts like, there's the sidewalk, so the fence is back from the street. So that the neighbor can pull out of their driveway and their car
In the street.
is not
Those
in
two
the street.
sections of
Have to
fence
go.
need to become a shorter fence.
Okay.
My
Right.
cohorts can agree on
I would,
some-
and I would say pull it back to
To
the
where
first tier.
where the building is.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
yeah, definitely.
horizontal line.
They can't-
Okay, so I think, and does anyone have like a strong preference, whether it's the lower portion is picket or
It
board?
could be.
There's precedent there for a split rail fence.
Yeah.
'cause there's a
Sauna?
well there.
I will bring it up to the time.
I mean,
Yeah, I think, could I just,
mean, I completely understand all the concerns.
okay. All right, well, can somebody formulate a motion for me?
I'm happy to make a motion.
Great, thank you, Angus.
So where the fence is now, it could be split rail type 2, it sounds like the rest of the board, I'm not so much in favor, but it could be a board fence, no taller than 3 feet, that goes back to where the green section is shown. And that would be the 5-in-1 as shown in the photographs.
Okay.
How about if you do an Exhibit A?
Not sure I could do
I'll
that.
do one. I'll
I'm
do
another
one.
pencil
Okay.
pusher.
Okay, so we're going to memorialize this in the form of an Exhibit A, which Val is going to craft up with her quill pen. Okay, so Angus, thank you for the motion. On that motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, Shauna, thank you. Thank you for working with us.
Oh, got it.
Okay, next up, 11 Milk. And is
I'm
Nate?
gonna sit
is
off this
Nate
while I do the
around?
Exhibit A.
I don't believe so, Mr. Chair. Let me just look online real quick.
No Nate Barber?
I don't see him online either.
That's funny. Now, I think this has been up a number of times and yet. Yeah, so Holly,
Yes,
you know, this has a preservation restriction.
yes,
They've reviewed it.
yes,
They're recommending Folger blue
yes,
on the shutters in the front door.
yes.
Ex-Nate, I mean, I feel personally, as the chair of this, I feel comfortable moving forward, simply taking up, well, it's not actually a recommendation, it's more of a mandate because they do have the restriction, so they're in the driver's seat on this.
Correct.
So we can get rid of this, we can dispense with this.
Is Holly?
Holly, go.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, you are absolutely correct. There is a preservation restriction on this individually significant structure, 1761. Why this was on your agenda for a while is the owner had somebody else submit the application. The owner has actually since gone to Nate, who is actually the previous caretaker of the property. And in that time frame, they got approval from NPT with this condition specifically on the location. So I would recommend you all to approve with the Folger blue, provided the change is just the door and the shutters as NPT has indicated on their approval letter.
Right,
Could I just add one thing to that?
yes.
The historic information on the house, please.
Oh,
Well,
Thank you, Abby.
sure, so, no, I'm so sorry, I think my phone is muted, but this
Mine's
damn.
freezing.
Of course, it's nothing important. All right, so we're going to take up the preservation restriction, which is for Folger blue on the front door and on the shutters only, and the historic information placed onto the application. Is that correct, Abby?
Is it the front door as well as the shutters, or just the
Both.
shutter?
And by, just by the way, that was reviewed by, is it the Preservation Trust that holds the restriction?
Yeah,
Yes, it was reviewed by them and it's approved by them, so
okay. I just,
pretty safe.
yeah, it's okay, it's fine.
Okay, in this case, let's do, people at the table, people at the table plus, you're not sitting on this,
No,
right,
because
Val?
I'm doing this.
Okay, people at the table plus Angus and Carrie, okay? Any questions, comments, or I'm looking for a motion?
Ray,
So-
I sit on the board of MPT, so I'm going to recuse on this one.
Okay, thank you, Angus. So Carrie and Joe.
Could I-
Questions, comments, Abby?
I just want to say that I think the Folger blue on the door and the shutters is a bit much. And right now, the front door is white and the shutters are blue. So I'm just going to, that's my opinion. So,
Oh, okay.
but it doesn't matter.
Well, I feel safe just because Preservation Trust looked it over and seemed to be okay with that. But so can I have a motion to approve as per Preservation Trust's recommendation or mandate, I should say?
So moved.
Thank you, Connie. On Connie's motion, not Val, Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
No,
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you. Now we're on to 7, Delaney, Mr. Newman. There he is. All right.
Oh, and this was me. I only didn't put it on consent because it's a demo.
Right. So are you back?
Yeah.
Okay. So people at the table, and Angus, you're good?
I'm good.
All right. Let's go. Robbie.
Okay, hello, everybody.
Hi.
This is, 7 Delaney, and, it was approved as a move-off only. And, initially, when it was first advertised, we got a couple of, inquiries that didn't go anywhere. We, approached a neighbor down the street who has some buildable land and similar, style of buildings on his property already. He is not interested. So unfortunately, we are here to request that we can remove this building and move on with our project.
Okay, Robbie. For those of you that have read Holly's comments, Holly is asking whether a sufficient amount of time has elapsed to, sufficiently get word out. Val, were you about to say something?
Yeah, and I think that was my other reservation, because now you have to have the approval first and then advertise. Am I correct? With the new bylaw? Yes.
If I may, Mr. Chair, yes, with the change in the bylaw that was done 2 years ago at town meeting, applicants have to receive the COA approval from you all before they advertise it in the paper. The
kidding.
time frame change, it's still 30 days. The time frame only changes to the larger time frame, 180 days, is if somebody does tell the building commissioner, I'm interested in that home. If nobody is interested in it, then it can go in its merry way. So that was my only question, is was it advertised long enough? But that could possibly, if the board's so inclined, could be up to the commissioner.
Okay, thanks for clarifying, Holly. And Mickey, do you have anything on this?
No, it's really outside of our map.
Oh, okay.
This was advertised back in September. There's the
In
date.
September.
Yeah, well, the date's on the screen right now.
Oh, all right. Anybody want to start this?
I don't know. Oh, Stephen?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it says it's part of new business 1021, but are you finding it on your,
Yeah, you have to go to the today's meeting.
oh, today's meeting,
And then
okay,
go to 10:21,
Yeah.
okay,
and then it's in there.
okay, thanks.
I'll go while Abby's looking.
Thank you, Val.
I don't have a problem with this, as long as it conforms to whatever the bylaw says.
You mean in terms of the
The-
length of time?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, we all used to put in to demo or move right away when we applied to HDC, but now, if, as I understand it, you need the approval, then you can advertise. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Val, thank you. Let's see, who's next?
I can't find it.
Did you find it?
I can go.
Angus, go ahead.
Yeah, I was much more comfortable with the move off. I just, with the date being pre-75 by 10 years or so, it feels like a resource that is getting just thrown away. So I'm I'm uncomfortable with that. I'd much rather it get reworked than thrown in the trash. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, we have Connie and we have Abby.
I can go.
Okay, Connie.
Yeah, I mean, it would be sad to see this demoed. And but that being said, if there's no interest, I believe it's a non-contributing, even though it's 1962, but I would be hesitant if the time hasn't elapsed, which I think is a requirement, 180 days. Thank you. Forget it.
Okay, it's not 180 days. What are you doing here?
That's what I wonder.
You're supposed to be on Zoom. You're sick.
There was a no, there was a miscommunication. I was gonna zoom in on the way back on the boat.
Oh, okay.
See that as the day?
Now, no, as I just understood it, the window for advertising is 30 days.
Okay.
The whole period is 180 days or more. So you have to advertise for 30 days. There's a period of time if somebody opts in, it can be 180 days. And then you can get your building permit.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I guess it is contributing. I misspoke. Sorry.
Well, I think the general rule is anything 1975 or before is listed as contributing.
Yeah, they just put
But
it,
only by virtue of date.
yeah, they put it as non on the application.
Let's see, Connie, thank you, Abby.
So, yeah, this is a complicated one, but I just want to remember the scale and the streetscape and what exists there now going forward. Thank you.
Could you say that again?
So I agree with what's been said, but going forward with a new design, I'd like to remember what the streetscape was and the scale of this building.
In other words, you would not necessarily object to a demolition of this building, provided that this particular site would, in some way, the new design would hearken back to this.
Correct.
Is that where you are?
Yes.
Okay, Abby, thank you. I, like everyone else on this board, I think right at the moment, really love these sort of very humble ranch houses. But we have approved demolition of them in the past, and I would be okay with the demolition of this, assuming that nobody else wants it. That's my view. So, can we have a motion on this?
Well, I just want to ask Rob a question. Rob, you had no interest, right?
In this building,
Yeah.
interest, like, do I want it?
What?
You mean interest, do I want
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
building?
yeah.
No, I don't,
Okay.
I don't have any place to put it.
Oh, no, we didn't mean you have interest. We meant,
Okay.
is there interest?
There was,
I will
we had
snap
two, we had two very brief inquiries about the building.
Okay.
Neither of them went anywhere.
Right.
The owner said a couple of people drove by.
Well, anyway, so
Nobody wants this poor
the
thing.
the process is going to be ongoing for a while, but so somebody might actually emerge that would take this, but that remains to be seen. Okay, any more questions or? does
May
somebody
may
wanna-
I address what you just said? We have a fully approved project for this lot right now, and I'm ready to file for the building permits right now. We have,
Oh, no kidding.
yeah, we have a main
A
house,
design?
we have a guest house and a cottage and a swimming pool.
Does it respect the?
Absolutely.
It was,
I'm
it
gonna
was
have to
approved
trust
as
you
a
on, I'm
move.
gonna have to trust you on
Off.
that because I
You,
certainly don't
you
remember.
guys approved it.
Okay, all right, well,
With this being a move off.
oh,
Yes.
Yes.
That's why I'm here.
okay. Okay, folks, let's do something with this.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, let's do a poll of the board. Thank you for that motion, Val. Abby, on that motion?
Just to be clear, we already okayed a building on this site?
We okayed a building and
Okay.
we okayed it as a move off. He's coming back and asking it to be a demo because nobody was interested.
Okay, all right, okay, so this is an ex post facto. I'm an aye.
Okay, thank you, Connie.
Aye.
Okay, Angus?
Nay.
Okay, Val?
I'm an aye with my motion.
And I'll be in favor, well, yes. Stephen occasionally will make a motion and then vote against his own motion. That's his little thing, though, it's his trademark. So I'm in favor too, so motion carries forward.
Okay,
Favor, one
thank you.
opposed. Thank
Hope you all
you.
have a nice Thanksgiving.
Okay, yeah, thanks, you too, Robert.
Good night, Holly.
All
Hi,
right,
Holly.
hey,
Can I get an
so,
agenda?
we have a mystery guest. Are you with us, or are you gonna?
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay, I'll chair as long as you want, and then
I'll
I'll
do one more while I get.
relinquish the throne whenever you want it. Okay, now, listen, folks, we're on to new business of 1118. Let's see, 6 Coffin Street, first up.
Mark or Doug?
Doug.
Good evening,
Doug's here.
Doug Mills for MCA
Yep.
and the clients.
Douglas, before you get started,
Yes.
Stephen, you're not sitting yet, right?
Yeah, I'll sit.
You will sit?
Sure.
Okay.
Get me warmed up. It's been a while.
I'm gonna do the people at the table,
Oh, yeah, for sure you
all
don't
right?
want to sit here.
Okay,
You don't wanna sit
Douglas, go ahead.
Okay, so this is an infill building at 6 Coffin Street. There's currently a antiques store that faces Washington Street on the site. And this is going to be a residential building at the back of the lot. Sorry, Fiona, I don't have the ability to drive. If you could please go to the site plan. So I'll get the iPad working for next time.
Are we still in consent?
No.
There were-
Are we still in consent? We're wrapping it up, Stephen. You missed all the good stuff.
Okay, so that's where you can see the site plan and the roof plan there. Again, an infill building, what we proposed is a Greek revival design to complement the existing structure. It's a small floor plate, so it is a 2-story dwelling in design. But we've shown some precedents. Fiona, sorry, if you could go to the next page. So these are, a bunch of different precedents of what we've come up with in the neighborhood and in the downtown area. Fiona, if you could go to the elevations now, please. One more page. So the north elevation faces Coffin Street. That'll be the most visible. The entrance is actually around the corner on the west elevation, which is a little unusual, but we've actually in the precedents shown a bunch of different properties that have that feature. And we'd be happy to take your comments.
Okay. Mickey?
Yes, thank you. So first of all, this would be really helpful to see a streetscape to show this building next to the existing building. And I'm not sure if there really is one further up the street that's close enough, but a streetscape would be helpful. The height of this building and the roof pitch really don't relate much to the front building, which is 1.5 stories, and probably a steeper roof pitch. I think being a secondary building on the lot, it might want to have a little bit more of subordinate feeling, the height would be the issue there. It's also very close to Coffin Street. It's only, I think, about 6 inches away on one section. That could probably be moved away a little bit. The half-round window is rather large. That could be made a little smaller. And the clapboarding is a little bit confusing. Normally, I mean, there's precedent certainly for clapboard to face the street, not so much the side. In this case, the front door is facing the side, which might suggest clapboarding there, but I think just overall it'd be simpler if the building were shingled. It would just avoid all that confusion. And that's it. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to go because it was on my consent list.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Stephen, stay off of this one.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. Go ahead, Angus.
Thank you. So I think Holly kind of shared the same sentiments. Mickey's mentioned some of the things, but one of the things was the clapboard not going around other than the facade, which would be more typical. Just how elaborate it is on this little side street. There isn't really anything else that looks like this except for the building that's actually on Washington Street. And so this being a secondary building seems like it would want to be smaller in scale and subordinate. It seems like it's going the other way with its height. The front door, most examples that were provided are more typical of the Greek Revival, where the entrance is on the facade. As Mickey mentioned, there is there's no space between the property line and the facade. So there isn't a place for, unless it were a sunken entry, which might be something to consider. But there are examples of a side entry, but it looks like it's on an addition to the main block. And the main entry should be going into the main block. So if there were like a sunken porch where that shallow roof is looking on the north elevation, if there was a deep enough porch to sort of go in the side, that would be a little bit different situation. But the combination of this sort of being off to the side and then off on an addition, it doesn't read right. And I agree about the oversized half round window. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. Who's next?
I'll
Everyone
go.
at the table here. Stephen, go.
Okay. I agree with this being bigger than the other building, and if that is going to stay the case, I think it does need to be simpler, all shingled. The formality of the door could probably change to something more informal so that it was like an outbuilding that maybe was there. I know there was some barns down the street that were turned into houses. And perhaps to keep the front facade, which is the north facing the street, you could do what you've done on the west and have the indent to the front door. But all in all, I think simpler is working in your favor. And then I have one question for you, Doug. Is it the same first floor height as the original building that's on the corner, or has that increased with all of
Unfortunately,
the
so
craziness?
The existing floor of the existing building is at 6.8. We have to be at 11 feet.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I know, unfortunately, that's just the floodplain
Yeah,
change.
it's the nuts in
We
charge.
don't really have
Okay,
a choice.
so simple is better.
Val, thank you. Let's see, do we have Connie and Abby again?
I can go.
Thank you, Connie.
Yeah, I don't really have much else to add. I would be in favor of reducing the height. There seems to be a lot of shingle space between the first floor and the second floor windows. So maybe could take a little bit from there. Not really opposed to that half round window, but if it could be reduced in size, that would be beneficial. Um, Yeah, and that's about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. It should be simpler. The street is sort of really a back street. And this is, nicely designed, but it might appear a little out of place just because it's so simple back there. So I would be in favor of simplifying the design and in any way, shape or form. The half-round window, the clapboard. What color did you propose for the clapboard?
It's to match the existing, which is great.
So a gray with the white trim. Yeah, that's going to probably pop a little bit there. So I'm all for the simplification. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Yeah, my comments run the same. This Janice Aldridge building has always been one of my favorite Greek Revival. And part of the reason why is it's really, a story and a half at best. I understand, Doug, that you need to go higher, but I think the fact that you have to go higher is in favor of simplification of the building such that it does not overwhelm the great existing building, both in terms of its size and its level of detail. So I think if you work on those things, well, you can't work on the height. Well, you can if you get the ridge down. I know you can't change the first floor, but simplification, I think, is a word that's been used a lot. I think we're looking at some revisions here, folks.
Motion to hold.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, Stephen.
can you, Val, would you mind holding that a second?
Okay.
With the additional information, right, we're gonna get a streetscape?
What's gonna be?
I can do that.
And I'd like to get as an alternate who will probably be sitting on this at some point, I'd like to get an indicator line of the height of the existing structure, first floor, finished floor, relative to this finished floor. On each of the elevations, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
5 feet of difference, I believe.
No,
It's
Yeah.
close, yeah. 6.8 versus 11, so it's 4.2.
you're talking about above sea level, not relative to grade.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's where
Yeah,
the streets.
6.8 elevation is the existing building, and we need to be at 11.
Anyway,
So there's 4.2 feet.
Okay, yeah, so we're gonna definitely need that streetscape.
okay.
Thank
And that's
you.
part of Al's motion, right?
That's, I was gonna ask
Revisions.
for that, so he's right on target.
Revisions including a streetscape with the elevations, as Stephen just mentioned, even though Stephen's not sitting right at the moment.
Oh, he's
let's-
not?
No,
Okay,
not officially,
okay.
yeah.
So
My
So
motion
on-
is to
on-
hold for revisions, a streetscape and some verification of the two different,
Correct,
first floor
which
heights.
Doug has. Okay, that's Val's motion. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you, Doug.
thank you.
All right, I'm back. My first official act will be a pizza break.
Get out,
Yeah, totally.
really?
And then I'm gonna clear the cache on this thing because it is slower than a cow. Okay, let's see if we can.
For real? It's only 5 o'clock.
Well, it's here and it's hot.
Yeah. All
And
right,
the right time to eat pizza is,
Mr. Chair, would you say by quarter after we'll be back?
I think so,
Okay,
5:15,
there it is.
30. All right, folks, we're back. Are we on live? Is my mic on? Test, test. Okay, so 33 Macy's Lane, Tobias, good evening. And then Tobias will be this with 110 Yellow Point Road. Heavens to Betsy, 2 solars in a row.
Perfect timing. Thank you, members of the board. 33 Macy's Lane. This is for Chris Grimes. Dormer, high up, black roof, filling out the dormer. It's a commercial building. That's all I have to say.
Commercial residential, motion to approve is submitted.
All right, hold on a minute. So the board is going to be the folks sitting here. And does anyone have any concerns?
No.
It was, I wanted to put it on consent, but because it was right on the street, I thought the board should have a look at it.
Okay, thanks, Abby, I appreciate that. Okay, any concerns? Motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Just like that, we're on to 110 Yellow Point Road.
Thank you so much. Linda Loring Foundation, this is their educational facility. They want to continue to do more of their educational work around climate change. You know, they've been very involved with coastal resiliency, the Linda Loring Nature Foundation. This building is off Eel Point Road. I don't want to say like hugely significantly, but it's off a ways from the road. They are doing a renovation. They used to have this old blue metal covered porch, and they're doing a renovation of the building, adding an additional deck off the back, and we're proposing doing solar on that. So it'd be facing away from the street. You can see all the photos here are from the north side facing the building, and the idea is the solar would be on the dormer and then on this new lower covered porch structure. And there's additional photos of the building that were submitted of the newly approved renovation by Ethan Griffin from Griffin Architects. Yeah, but that's the, there you go. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there'll be the regular board, so we'll do a voice vote when we're done. Any concerns? Abby, you had this for consent. You want to comment?
Yeah, so this is another one I kind of wanted to put on consent because of the reasons that Tobias just said about it being an environmental thing. But I was also thinking that it butts up to conservation and lots of paths. And in the past, we have said, you know, that you don't want to be walking out on a conservation land and look back and see solar. So I thought the board should have a look at it.
Okay, thanks. Tobias, can I get clarification? North is Eel Point Road though, right?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. So the solar would be on the south side. So in this perspective here, the solar would be facing away from Eel Point Road.
Okay, so a couple things. One, just for the record, we don't make decisions based upon who owns the structure, what the use of the structure is, unless the only distinction that we will occasionally make depend on the location and setting, character and setting of the area is residential versus commercial. The other thing is that paths along walkways are obviously a concern, and this isn't directed at anyone, but I just want to make sure we're clear for the record. But they are not unless it's a public land, it's not a concern of ours. At the same time, if it is a concern of ours, the guidelines are that the solar panels would be on the rear of a structure and or on secondary masses, okay? So with that said, any concerns?
I have a question.
Val?
Are they going to re-shingle the roof?
Yep. The roof was going to be reshingled black asphalt.
Okay, because it
Architectural
says charcoal on the application, so if that's with black, great.
Yep.
It's on the rear, which is great. I would just have liked to see the approved addition, but I'm gonna trust that it's, what you're showing is just a shed roof off the back and, okay, thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Angus? I can't see your hand, so,
Oh, I have no concerns.
okay. Was that a motion, Angus?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted with the roof being black.
On your motion?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray? And I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, now we are on to 26 Fair Street, clapboard change. Ethan, good evening.
Hey,
We'll anticipate your typical brevity.
clabbered to match the house
Okay.
from shingles.
You've met that threshold. Let's see, this was Abby. You had this on your consent for review?
Sorry, just a sec. Do you want somebody else to go first?
Well, okay, yeah, why don't we see if anyone has any concerns?
I have
Regular board,
a question.
okay. Yeah, I forgot, I'm just getting back into this. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant's agent?
Is it just this facade, Ethan? Because the house seems to have clapboard all the way around.
Well, no, it's on my drawing, so it's the front, under the porch, front and left, yeah, right there. And the driveway side, not the dormer and not the rear, because you can't see the rear.
Okay.
That side, but not the dormer.
Okay, and then I would like to ask a follow-up question when Abby does, after Abby.
Can you circle back to me?
Okay.
I just, so I was remembering that when I brought this up, I guess to Kathy, that there is something, there's some funny business going on. I can't exactly know what it is, but I thought it was appropriate because it went with the house, but then when I sent it to Kathy, there's something going on.
Kathy, would you like to defunny the business?
Yeah. Chair, there is just a violation letter that was sent out, the trim, we think the trim color is changed and on the main house, and the shutters were removed. But we're dealing with the homeowner right now.
Okay.
They came in yesterday.
That's the other structure, though.
Right, that was the other structure.
Okay. Abby, does that address your question?
Yeah, I had originally said that I thought it was fine because it went with the main house, the clapboard, so I was going to put it on consent, but then I heard that there was a little kerfuffle.
Fair enough. Does anyone else have any concerns? I'm a little confused.
Concerns or questions?
Questions, I guess, yeah. Why don't you go with, anyone else with questions? No? Hey, Ethan, I can't get my tablet to work and I was traveling, I apologize, but did you say that the street side will not have clapboard?
No, the dormer. I mean, you can put clapboard on the dormer, I just wasn't going to because sometimes it's not done.
So it will be on the street side and from the street side, the left and the right, and on
Yeah.
the right, only in the covered porch area?
Yeah, because the rest is kind of,
Okay. And the color?
White on white.
well, it was to match the house, and the original house was purple and white. And then over time, the paint is faded to light mauve.
Yeah, it's a-
So I don't know anything about the main house, I just heard all this yesterday from what was going on with the main house, because I filed this a month
I'm
ago.
gonna give the whole history of this house
There you
in
go.
a second.
Okay, so we're gonna go from the question that I had to raise history recounting.
Well, yeah.
When you're ready, Ray. Chairman Poole, or
Well,
Commissioner
okay,
Poole.
so, interestingly, I was walking up Fair Street like 2 nights ago, and this looked like a gigantic, like, ghost apparition. Listen, I've always loved this house. It's clearly, as extreme an example of Victorian as you can get out here. Now, when this came before this board for the paint colors, probably 10 years ago, it was like the owner wanted everything white. And the board said, No, like Victorian houses just aren't all white. They're not. And so it was a knockdown drag out where the color, and somebody mentioned the word purple, like this is purple. The house is not colored that way. It's essentially like a blanched out white on white. So I've grown accustomed to that and accepting of that, even though it's like, it runs totally counter to the, Victorian aesthetic. But to do it on the guest house, I think it's just adding more to this like really very massive, very ornate white thing. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you.
Remember, the original house was yellow, remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, now that I like.
Guys,
It had black shutters.
Guys, no, let's get back to adjudicating, not cross-talking. Abby, you spoke, Val.
Yeah, if you look at the historic information, it was never all white. I think I agree with Ray. I'd rather not see it all white.
Thank you.
Not this house, but the house.
Okay, wait. The one in front, the matter before us is the small cottage, or the relatively small cottage, having clapboard.
Right.
I want to make sure I understand. Ray, your position is you don't want to see it, or you don't want to see it with it, the color matching the clapboard. You don't want to see the clapboard, or you don't want to see the clapboard with the color matching the main house?
The latter, because I feel like it's already an anomaly, and we would just be sort of like exacerbating that at a very large scale.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Abby, just, I want to make sure I'm understanding where you are on this.
Well, I never liked the color lilac, and I don't want them to match this to the main house. So I don't mind it being clapboard, but I'm not in favor of that lilac color.
Okay,
So,
thank you. And, excuse me, that was to signal the lightning rounds. Okay, Val.
I concur. I don't think it should match the house that's evolved into something that's an anomaly that was never really approved and now is subject of controversy in the office. So maybe hold for that to get cleared up.
And that, I'm presuming that what you are also saying without saying is you're okay with the clapboard on the smaller structure, just not the color.
Yeah, just on that facade, yes.
what does it say on the
Hold on,
application?
Pardon me?
What does it say on the application for
I
the
can't
clapboard
read
color?
it. My
It
tablet.
says to match the house,
Okay.
Oh, okay.
but that
Angus?
was before they changed the house.
Thank you. So I agree with what's been said about this not matching the other house, and I would go a step further to say that this is a perfect sort of standard for giving a nod to the older original structure, but it being clearly a different structure from a different time by not matching every detail. So I would be in favor of it staying shingle and not getting painted, period. Thank you.
Thank you. So my thought is appropriateness would be this structure serves as a subtle punctuation mark to carry over the vocabulary from the main house to this house. I would be fine. I believe it would be appropriate or at least approvable that the area under the covered porch have clapboard that matches the main house, but that's the only clapboard on the house.
Wait a second.
I think that clapboard on the entirety of the house overextends the impact of the colored clapboard on the main house, whether it's white or anything else.
Did we hear from Mickey?
No, we're not polling. We're in our period of, and we're going to start taking public comments at the end of our comments.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, just for clarification on the main house with the violation, we're waiting to find out what the actual color is because there's confusion whether it was painted white before the violation and how long it's been painted white.
Okay.
So if you wanted to match the house, that's,
so where I think we're headed with this, folks, is Angus, or I'm sorry, Ethan, you're gonna be looking at providing additional information, which will be in the form of a revision, which will be in the form of a color, because at least at this point, the majority of the board is accepting the concept of the clapboard change, but not the color. And we need to not tie our decision into the violation on the main house. We're making an independent decision based on this being clapboard.
Could you
Okay.
say where you wanted the clapboard? No.
He's gonna, my understanding is there's gonna be clapboard on all the shingling we see, and on the driveway side, that side, but not the dormer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And you said just on the porch
I think
area.
just on the porch, color it the same as the main house. It's still that subtle exclamation mark without continuing that concept of pattern language from the big house to the little house.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah?
So the clapboard part is kind of okay, but the color's not yet.
Yeah, the clapboard part, the majority of the board is okay with. The color is not, so you need to come back with a color, or you need to tell us a color tonight so we can get this off our table.
Okay.
Off our plate, rather. Do you have that authority, or do you need to?
No, I will find out. I remember, I think BPC did the original renovation of the original house. I remember Mark Catone was involved with it. I remember being here at the meeting when they went through all the color problems.
Okay.
And it was chosen to have the house as two colors, and it turned out to be kind of, you're right, like a faded lilac with the white trim, because they didn't want all white. And so I will go pull that application and find out what color they chose and say, here's the color.
Well, okay, so I want to be clear, though, we're taking a step backwards. The majority of the board do not want to see that color on this structure. So your task, whether you choose to accept it or not, is to come back with a color that is approvable for the clapboard. Because the board is not going to approve a color that's on the main house, whether it's the original color painted or the faded color, correct? That's,
Can I use the color that's approved by the board?
no. On the main house?
No, on the guest house.
Doesn't sound like it.
No.
I don't know what color you want it.
I have another comment.
Yeah.
If it's not going to match the house, I don't think it needs to have clapboard at all.
Right, it looks stupid.
Right, and that's where it just comes in on the covered porch, under the covered porch. Okay, so Ethan, I don't want to burn any more time on
That's
this. I
fine.
think we've got some
I'll find out what they did.
clarity and direction. We don't want to know what they did. We want to know what you're proposing.
Yeah.
Okay? Can I get a motion to hold for not additional information, but a revision?
So moved.
On your motion? Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus? Aye. Okay. Now, we are on to 6 Grove. In addition, Ethan?
Yes, it's an addition.
Excellent, thank
So-
you.
Can I cut to the chase?
Yeah, right?
Yep.
So right now, this property was designed by Hunel Jacobson, and this is all in it butts right up against all the wetland conservation stuff, so that's the main house from the driveway. You can see it from, what's it, New Lane, the whole property. And, yeah, so the garage, right now, there's a patio, and they want to extend the guest house into the footprint of the patio because that allows,
Ethan?
yeah.
I'm trying to cut to the chase.
Yeah,
So
Ray,
it's an
please-
addition. We're just-
Ethan, please hold, you're gonna be interrupted.
You're extending.
The building.
Existing building by,
12
what, 8
feet.
feet or 12 feet?
What's allowed by Concom.
Yeah.
There you go.
I don't have a problem with this at all. Just saying.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Ethan? Okay. Does anyone have any concerns, including Angus?
Nope.
All right, I'm waiting for motion, folks.
So I'll move to approve.
All right. On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
All right, and I'm an aye. So now we're on to.
Thank you.
81 Pocomo Road. Chip, are you here?
I am here. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to share the screen, so I'll have to have you pull it up. And I'll just go ahead and start talking to save time while that's getting queued up. So this is an application that came before the board almost a year ago for a move demo of at 81 Pocomo of the mid-century modern house that's on that property. At the time, the board, or more specifically on January 7th of this year, about 10 months ago, the board approved a move, but not a demo. So then we went through all the usual things to try to find someone to take it. We couldn't. And then the owner of this property has another property at 4 Pocomo, and we applied for and received permission to move it from 81 to 4. Then the owner contracted Kim Glowacki to move it, and Kim looked at it and said there was no way he could move it. It would fall apart during the move. We have a letter from Kim that we just added into the application. It's scary to walk around inside this thing. It feels like it's already falling on its own. I believe Val might have had an opportunity to visit it, so she might have some thoughts to share from the visit. I turn over the board for comments. Thank you.
I went out there today, and Chip had said if any of us wanted to go, we could go in. The door is unlocked, and it is barely held together. It's amazing it's still standing where it is. Beautiful spot, and the house is cool, but it's just really falling apart.
Okay. Abby, you had this for your consent. Did you
Yeah,
want to comment?
because it's, I don't know what the date of it is, but it's definitely a style, and we don't have a lot of them. And some people on the board really appreciate this style, so I didn't think it was up to me to decide, but I don't know if it has an architect that makes it significant.
It's a deck house.
Yeah, tech.
So which was
yeah.
a bunch of MIT professors that got together and started making these houses. There's actually a little community of them outside of Concord, Massachusetts. So they're a type, definitely.
Okay. Any questions for Ethan? Val, you spoke. Abby, you spoke.
Chip.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Ethan. Sorry, Chip. Ray?
What's my view?
Yeah.
I said this back when, we were talking about demo the first time around, and, it's kind of heartbreaking because I like ranch houses, I like this. But, the fact that Val has gone through it and has seen that it's deteriorating, I think would allow me to move forward with the demo.
Thank you. Angus?
Yeah, I believe this is a unique contributing structure, and I think it should be fixed. I mean, there's nothing. I don't know when the last people lived there, but to go from people being there to it falling apart, it's like, how did that happen? So I would not be in favor of a demo. Thank you.
The demo delay police were not circulating the island. It seems like we need to get more of that activity and not just focus on a single structure, in my opinion. So Chip read the letter. Val's comments are relevant. My concern with this structure is, given it does have, some visibility from the water, but that's it, is that, and noting that there were at least two ranch-style structures in this general area, but on the harbor, the town side facing the harbor, townside harbor, that were redone. I would like to know what the intention is for the replacement. We can't hold you to that, but my vote, if in favor, will be that any replacement will honor the silhouette.
I think we've already approved the house going there. This was a
Oh.
move off only.
Oh, right.
Chip, what can you tell us about the house that was approved?
Well, quite honestly, I don't believe a house, well, actually, I take that back. There was a, this is, not to get too complicated. There is not a current approved design for a new structure, is the easiest way to describe it. There was a move that was approved there, but that never happened.
So no structure's been approved to replace this?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so my comment stands.
Yeah, okay.
But we need a motion.
I'll move to approve the demolition of the structure.
Can I make a suggestion for a friendly amendment to that?
Yep.
Informally, that it include, that the silhouette of this structure will be honored in the replacement? Or at least referenced?
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
we can add that.
On Ray's motion, Ray?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm a no.
Okay. Angus?
No.
And I'm an aye. Let the record reflect 3 in favor, 2 opposed, Angus and Abby. And the motion was to approve subject to the replacement at minimum referencing the silhouette of the existing structure. Okay.
I'm not gonna sit on the next two.
Yeah, that's up to me.
Thank you.
For what?
Pocomo?
It's done.
No,
It
we're
just
done
closed.
with that.
What did you do with it?
We just voted on it.
To demolish it?
Linda, you're out of order.
No, I'm just asking.
You're
so I
out of
couldn't hear
order. We're in the middle of something else. I'm not going to be interrupted.
it. All right, then I'll.
All right. Ray, are you representing?
Yeah.
And when I say I, I'm speaking of the meeting proper on behalf of the people's business. Okay, so we're gonna select, it'll be Abby, Angus, not Val, Carrie, Carrie, Joe, and myself. And that will be for both of these. Carrie and Joe, are you both there and available?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, Ray, please begin. Commissioner, non-commissioner poll.
Okay, thanks, Ray Pohl for the record. This piece of property has 2 buildings. One dates from 1962. I know that because the guy that lives in it right now was there while it was being, he was a kid, of course, but he was there while it was being built in 1962. That is, we'll call that the main house. And it is, you know, once again, a ranch house. I was actually considering moving this building myself, and then I walked through it and realized that it's like seriously falling apart. Hopefully we have some photographs that will bear that out. There are a few people that, you know, contacted our office about moving both of the structures, including the next door neighbor on one side who wanted to take the back house, which is a prefab. That shows up in Holly's notes. The neighbor declined to take either one. This, what you're seeing on the screen right now is the ranch house that we call the main house. And if there are any more photographs in there, you'll see that it's rather decrepit.
Okay.
I also think it would be a difficult move. You know, there's the back door. He told me not to go out that way. I did, that's why my knee looks like this. So that's the story on that one.
Okay, questions? Anyone? Okay, comments? Abby?
Are we doing the main house first?
Yes.
Okay. I'm having trouble bringing mine up, but when I reviewed this, I didn't have a problem with either of these buildings being demoed.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Carrie?
I'm okay with this. I think this one looks like it's in bad enough shape. I was very curious about the cottage. and why it couldn't be reused on the site.
Oh, we're gonna get a chance to bite at that apple in a second.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. Okay, Joe?
I have no concerns. Thank you.
Okay, I have one question, Ray. Is that like a little Dracula symbol to the right of the, can we zoom in to the right of the door there?
There were quite a few strange things.
I want to know if I'm voting an
In
omen
the
or
house.
something. Is it a skull and crossbones?
Yeah, there was that
Have we
motif
ruled out
throughout
that this
the
has some type of a pirate heritage?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Can we get a motion?
It's Halloween.
Can we get a motion
Oh, yes, motion to approve as submitted.
on your motion?
Aye.
Angus? Who I didn't
Yeah,
ask.
yeah, so I didn't comment on it, but
Yes.
yeah, I would rather it be a demo, but yes, I'm fine.
Okay, so I'd rather no, but yes. Carrie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, now we're on to the cottage, and Carrie will have a question for you when you're done speaking.
So this is a much more recent vintage. I believe it was built in the early 80s, and it is a modular house. And once again, as Holly pointed out, because it's a modular, it might be an easier move. So far, we've had, limited amount of interest in it. We're letting people through to see what's involved. But boy, if somebody can take it, that's great. Otherwise, I'm not sure that it has any sort of redeeming historical value, given its recent vintage, that would
If you want to jump back one.
want us
Please.
to save it.
Okay. Carrie, why don't you go ahead and ask your question while we're.
Yeah, no problem. It's modular. It's not a big deal. Thanks.
Pardon me?
Oh, because it's modular, it's not what I thought it was. So
Oh, okay, thank you. So you answered your own question. Got it.
indeed. Or Ray
Okay.
did.
Anyone else?
Am I sitting on this as well?
Yes, Joe, same board as the last one.
Okay.
Thoughts?
I have no concerns, but I just want to add that just seeing these single-story structures and the reluctance to move them just reminds me of the zoning limitations that ground cover impose and that conversation we had once about single-story structures and ground cover. I'll leave it at that, but I have no concerns.
Okay. Yeah, we could probably bring that back if we got a work group. I put in a placeholder article last year at town meeting and we weren't able to develop that. So I'm happy to put that on the agenda to discuss. I guess that leaves me and, I think a move as a modular, I think that this is okay to be a move off demo. It's gonna be a move off demo because it has to be advertised, so,
Yeah.
I'll make
And-
that motion.
all right. On your motion,
Aye.
let's see, Angus,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. That moves us to 166 Cliff, new guest house. Sophie?
Sophie, did you want a screen share?
Ray, the question we all have is whose thumb, oh, we missed it. There was a thumb in the picture.
Sophie, did you want a screen share?
I don't need to screen share. There's one little thing that I might want to.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you're ready, Soph.
Hi, so this is a guest house for 166, which you guys approved the main house of a few months ago, and I'm happy to screen share and show you the front of that if that's helpful. So this guest house is 300 feet back from the road. I think that the only elevation that you could see from the road would be the north. And of that, if you guys can see in the site plan, there's like a 7-foot tall sort of berm hill that goes from my client's properties to the neighboring one. So I don't think you'll be able to see the first floor of that north elevation. I think you'd see the roof lines, which if I can share my screen, do you guys want to see the main house to remind you? Okay.
Is it a different house than what's there, or you're modifying the house that's there?
So you guys approved move off demo, and so is it showing you my screen now? This is what you
Yep.
approved, the main house that is
Yep,
there.
we see it.
Yeah.
That's built.
No.
Anything else? No. Val?
What?
Anything else?
In terms of a question?
Or, yeah, a question, and then we'll see.
My comment is, I didn't realize we had approved the new house. I didn't remember it, maybe I didn't sit on it. My concern was the trim being white, where what's there now is natural to weather, but I guess the house has already been approved, so that, I guess, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ray?
Could I just, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Which building are we talking about? This one here? This is the main house?
So I think that the design is benign. If there were more visibility on this, I'd probably have something to say about these sort of open porches on either end, particularly the one that has the fireplace kind of, hanging in the air. However, as Abby just pointed out on the site plan, this is behind main house with respect to Cliff Road, so I don't really have a concern with this. Thank you.
Thanks. Angus?
Yeah, I think my concern was, and I think it's already been mentioned, it was just the white paint. This is such a rural setting, and yes, it is set off the road, but it's a pretty clear view from the road, and so just simplifying. But I mean, it goes with the main house, but it would be just so that it isn't such a compound feeling. It would be, I think it would be better to go with natural trim to sort of fit in the landscape a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby, you want?
No, I just thought it was an odd design with the porches reading as like a negative space. But because we're looking at it at the side of it, we're not going to see how awkward that is. I would prefer, at least if those side porches came down in height, they're awfully high. And really, if we do get a glimpse of it, it is going to read as a negative. So that would be my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you. My perspective on it, it's atypical but approvable given the circumstances, which are distance from the street, including the color. My thoughts on the compound effect is that having this be natural to weather, it will just read in the field as similar, same, and far enough back that it actually might even look like an extension of the main house. So I think the color differentiation is fine. Motion, anyone?
Yeah, I'd move to approve.
All right, on your motion, Ray.
Aye.
Angus?
No.
Abby?
I'm a yes.
Val?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Record reflect 4 in favor, 1 against. Angus. It was Angus. Angus. Next up, Sophie, new garage studio.
So the garage,
Rinse
so
and
this,
repeat.
this sits in front of the house, and the elevation that you'll see of this is the north elevation. And I can screen share the main house again, if that helps to see it at the same time.
Okay. Hmm? Almost there. Oh, there we go. Okay.
So this sits 190 feet back from the road. The intention was to not cover the face of the house itself. So do you guys want to see the main house again?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
It's 730 square feet on the ground. All of the same detailing as the main house, cottage corners.
Okay. Ray?
Wood roof.
I'm okay with it.
Val? Abby?
Too much white for me. Thanks.
Angus?
And yeah, I feel the same way as the last one. Thanks.
I had my ABW days too, Abby. Anything but white. I'm okay with it.
Garage doors are white.
Yeah. We got a motion? With a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
No.
I'm sorry?
Nay.
Nay. Okay. Abby?
I'm an A.
Ray? And I'm an aye. 4 in favor, 1 against. Angus was against.
And I was.
Oh, you were too? I'm sorry. I thought you said an A.
A nay.
Let's say no or yes, please. I didn't get my hearing aid yet.
I like the eye.
Aye. Yeah, I like that.
Tradition.
I like the aye better too. Thank you.
Gary, you have to leave. Don't wanna interrupt.
Thank you for
Thank
letting
you.
us know. Okay, thanks, Soph.
Thanks.
5 Copper Lane.
Mr. Chair, it doesn't seem like he's in the queue or in the room.
Okay, so we're gonna hold this for a half an hour, which should be, oh my God, look at that. If we wait another 5 seconds,
Yeah.
6:30. Okay. I'll make a note, see if I remember. And that is to remove a window?
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
It's because it's on the front of the house.
What was the replacement?
Just clapboard.
We won't open it. I guess it's just, we can always open it if he doesn't show up. Right now, Ray, if you think that's appropriate after you review it, I'll go with that.
Only because it's in town is the reason I held it.
Okay, maybe we'll look at it. But we're gonna go on to 28 Goldfinch.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Good evening, Chris.
Good evening, how are you?
Clearly have a 28 Goldfinch cheerleader here, but we're gonna hold off. We're gonna hold off just for a moment.
No, no problem.
Homecoming's over, and why don't you just show us your elevations?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll go through, I'll do this pretty quick. So just more as an FYI, this is in Naushop. It has gone through their architectural review committee, and they have approved it with language like fantastic. It is an open lot in Naushop. The applicants, the owners, I should say, are here, Rob and Susan. If there are questions or concerns for any reason, they're happy to answer any of those as well. It is a colonial with, and I should also reference that 26 Goldfinch on the side is Rob and Susan's house as well. So this is a new home that they're building for themselves. And, you know, the existing structure on 26, we kind of replicated a lot of similar features, just really added a nice farmer's porch to the front. Main massing, so the rear massing is 24 feet, 6 inches. The main massing is 29.4, which is surrounded by houses that are around 30 feet in height as well. White windows, white trim, architectural roof is going to be charcoal black. Ground coverage is 1309, so we're well under the ground coverage allowed as well. Very similar, I would say, to most of the buildings in Naushop. And that's pretty much what I'll give you for now. Thank you so much. Looking forward to your comments.
Thanks, Chris. What are the colors?
It is white, and charcoal black on the roof.
Okay, and do we have any concerns?
I have a question.
Yep.
Yes.
Did Naushop approve it?
They did.
Yes.
They said fantastic.
Fantastic.
Okay,
Motion to approve is submitted.
okay. Let's see, all in favor, say aye. Oh, we can't do that yet. Angus on the motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Carries unanimously. Good
Thank you very
evening.
much.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to 7 Maxi Pond, new pool house. There are 4 applications here.
Yep.
Angus, it doesn't look like you put anything on consent this week. Oh, my goodness.
I had plenty on
So-
there.
So, Chip Webster again on behalf of the applicant for, as Stephen pointed out, the next 4 applications, which are all for the same property. I think that a good starting point, which applies to all 4, is to look at the site plan, so I can describe the visibility. So if we can, well,
Chip, can you steer? There's 4 of these. It would just make it easier for staff. They're juggling other work.
yeah, unfortunately, I'm away and I'm not able to share easily. I apologize. As you
Okay,
know,
no,
normally
that's
I
fine.
would
I
rush
just
it.
was hoping to make it a little bit easier for staff. They got other stuff they're trying to do at the same time.
Right.
Okay.
Normally I would. Okay. So that front,
And they're fighting the download speed and the.
okay. All right, here we go. If we zoom out, just actually that locust plan that we just saw, that might be a good place as any to start. So this is 7 Maxi Road. We have photographs and it will show that from the front, all the proposed structures are to the rear of the lot behind the main house. There'll be no visibility whatsoever from Maxi Road. There will be a slight bit of visibility from Wannacomet, which is the dirt road that runs across the back.
Yep, I'm sorry to interrupt. We need to see the site plan for this.
Okay, it's
site plan
should,
about, please.
all right, yep.
Yeah, it doesn't, it's just,
So if you zoom out a little bit, it should be easier to see.
there we go.
There we go. So the right side of this page has the site plan. So if we want to maybe zoom in on that, if that's easy enough, that would be great.
That's perfect. Thank you.
That's perfect. Okay. So this and the next 3 applications are for the 4 newly proposed structures on the rear of the property. The first one that we're looking at is the pool house, which is the structure at the end of the pool, to the right side of the pool. There is an atypical element proposed. It's connecting the second floor deck of the pool house to the second floor deck of the main house, but that would be blocked by the pool house. I just wanted to point that out. And the reason for that is the main house is an upside down house and they want to be able to get over to that. The garage is the structure slightly to the right of that. And the ends of those 2 is what would be visible through a slot from Wannacomet. The pool cabana that's all the way to the left would not be visible, and the shed that is a small structure adjacent to the garage is blocked by the garage. So with that in mind, we can go to the scroll down to the elevation. Here we go. Here's the photos. That top left photo is from Maxi, and you can see a little bit of the main house, and everything is behind that. The view from Wannacomet Road is this opening in the vegetation where you'll see the end of the pool house and maybe a little bit of the garage.
Which one's from Wanacom?
Wanacom is the dirt road that connects Cliff Road over to Nantucket Road. And then we have a picture of the main house, and we'll be matching all of the natural trim, colors, and detailing of the main house on all structures. So the portion of this pool house that would have that limited visibility that we just saw in the photograph from Wannacomet is the lower right-hand side of the building. This shows all 4 elevations, so this might be as good a point as any to turn it over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Can we go back to the site plan, please? Questions for Chip? I have one, Chip. So I'm seeing parking immediately adjacent to Wannacomet Road, which indicates there won't be vegetative screening between Wannacomet and the structure. Is that correct?
Well, the road itself, what we're seeing here is the right of way for the road. The road is actually about where the ward road is in this, so there is vegetation.
Okay, so let me rephrase my question,
Yeah.
if I may. We're seeing parking on the site immediately adjacent to the right of way. Any vegetative screening, therefore, would have to be within the Wannacomet Road layout and not on the site. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's a concern for me. Other than that, I have no concerns. Who would
Mr.
like?
Chair, would you like me to start since it was on my consent?
No, I wanted to start, but you can go now.
So what your question was really why I was holding all of these was on the locust plan, you see the driveway coming in on that off of Wannacomet. And then on the site plan, there's no connection to Wannacomet. And all these elements look close without really a private screening that would keep you from seeing these structures. So that was really my concern.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Abby.
Yeah, I just drove down this road just for fun just the other day, and it is so rural. And I don't think anybody is going to want to see this complex from Wannacomet Road. So I would say pull back that driveway at least into the setback, and we should only really okay this with extra vegetation along Wannacomet. Thank you.
Thank you. Question for Chip before we carry on. What's that setback? Is that a 10? That's a 20-foot setback?
Oh, gosh, you could zoom in and look.
15.
15?
Okay, 50. But while I might add that would be acceptable to have a vegetative condition.
Thanks. Ray?
I'm
going to you next.
I certainly agree with the Wannacomet visibility. And I also think, given that the building is too tall in relation to its width. I actually like the house because it has this very horizontal format. It kind of like lays down into the landscape. This does the opposite. It kind of projects up. It's a much smaller building, of course, but I think the proportions are not great. So visibility from Wannacomet and the actual shape of the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Val?
I have worked on this house before. I can tell you that you're not going to see any of this. They don't want to see you either. Super nice people. I would say if anybody has reservations to do a view, and we could always put the caveat, can't be seen at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
Okay, thank you. So my only concern with the not visible is that the height of that structure is going to make it very difficult to shield this to anything but leyland cypress, which, as we're all aware, on Nantucket Road leading up to Maxey Pond, there is a linear forest of the cypress that is so out of character with Nantucket, and they weren't maintained properly, so they grew up. They put a fence underneath them that I'm not even sure is approved.
No, it's approved.
And I don't remember seeing it.
I got it approved.
Oh, nice job. And then they put a bunch of hydrangea in front of it to hide the fence. So,
Because the deer ate it.
yeah, so I think it's kind of an ill-founded solution to put cypress there. So I agree with Commissioner Pohl that the structure should be shorter.
It's 22 feet high.
Val, no crosstalk. Thank you. And I also think that the structure should be moved to the other side of the lot and closer up to Maxey Pond.
We're still talking about the pool house.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
okay. That one in between that connects to the main house?
Oh, it is labeled pool house. Sorry, Chip. I thought this was the garage one and we were looking at one side of it. Okay, well, still, I think it's too close to Wannacomet Road. And I think it's too tall. And it's an odd spot for a pool house because isn't there a structure between it and the
No,
cabana?
if I may clarify, the structure that is a pool house is the one that's adjacent to the pool. The structure that is adjacent to the drive is the garage. They're both showing on this site plan. Does that clarify that?
Yeah, so can we zoom in a little bit on the site plan, please, to get, like, maybe. Okay, so my error, I'm always trying to admit a mistake. I was looking at the garage. I have no concerns with the cabana. The pool house. Other than the height. Ray?
Well, same. I think it's too vertical.
Okay.
And, you know, you may have been talking about the garage, but your words certainly, for me, applied to the pool house, which is, you know, it's unlike a pool, which you can screen. This is gonna be much more difficult to screen, given its height and its verticality. That was my point.
Okay, so in the screening along Wannacomet, I was not retracting that comment, just the relocation of the pool house, because it's good where it is. Val?
I am going to reiterate and suggest that we do a view. The pool is in, and you'll see what you'll be able to see. It's screened by landscaping around it, and this is tucked within that. I think it just would be important to see it in person.
Okay, well, I'm going to push back a little gently on that, because what Chip has proposed is to strip away vegetation where there's going to be parking right up to Wannacomet Road, the right-of-way. And although it is currently got vegetation there because the road doesn't fill the full right-of-way, the vegetation is not on the property owner's land. So the point I was making is still very valid. It doesn't have anything to do with what's there now. It has to do with what the site plan proposes, which is a high degree of visibility from Wannacomet Road if and when any brush is cleared.
Mr. Chair,
Abby?
could I ask a question? There are some sight lines that show the height of the elevations, and they go around the back. Which is the high, does it go, is Wannacomet Road higher than Macy? Is it going up a hill?
The house is higher than Wannacomet Road, right?
My Wannacomet
Yeah, it must
Road
go-
is the lowest point.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a slope down.
Right, so the house and the pool house and the pool are higher than Wannacomet Road.
All right, this is not
This is
such a
why
good
I
thing.
brought up, and I think why Ray commented.
Well, ask for a review.
We can still do a view, but I think it's important to clarify once again that what is proposed will increase visibility versus what's there. Chip?
Mr. Chair, may I offer a suggestion prior to the viewing?
Please.
So since so much of the conversation is around vegetation and what's going to be removed or what's going to be added and so forth, I might like an opportunity prior to your viewing to be able to identify that and also potentially look at reconfiguring this drive. So although I'm absolutely 100% in supportive of viewing, I would love to do a little field work first prior to that, so you have a better information.
And I think, Chip, part of that would be to lower the vertical height of the pool house. You've gotten, some strong influential pushback on that.
Maybe he could put up some poles.
Once again, there's going to be a modification to the site that is not reflected on the site currently, and the polls will not indicate. So that's my only concern. Chip, so we can what we'll do is we'll hold for some revisions and for you to, if you want to present and maybe put up some polls. And also, I would want the property line staked and ribboned, so we know where the property line is relative to want to comment.
Yeah, especially that corner with the driveway.
And I would suggest that's for the whole kit and caboodle, and then the rest of them track. The shed, the open cabana,
Yep.
all right?
That sounds excellent. Thank you very kindly.
Okay. Can we get a motion to that
Mo-
effect?
Motion to hold for a view and with some site polls.
And some want to comment roadway markings and.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the flags on
Okay, thank you.
appropriate corners. And
On Abby's motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Now we're gonna go to 28 Mass Ave, Val Oliver.
What?
All right, you got the floor.
This is a boathouse on 20 Mass Ave. The house that is akin to this lot is 23, which is across the street. A couple buildings down, if you went out there, because it's a view, you'd see there was a boathouse, I think, maybe Mickey did it or Ben. And yeah, it's 22 feet high, 24 by 26, pretty simple. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thanks, and Joe will be
Natural to weather.
Joe will be sitting on this one.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions for Val? Okay. Who'd like to begin? Ray?
Yeah.
My computer just, you know, what's a trim, Val?
Sorry?
What is the trim?
It's white,
It's white.
but.
Oh, so it's not appreciably different from the one that you took a photo of?
Yeah, which is down a ways on Mass Ave,
Mm-hmm.
closer to the dock. You know, the boat launch down there.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think this is fine. This is simple.
Thanks.
I like it.
Joe?
Precedent.
I think this works in this context and is appropriate for the area. I think my only hesitation, oddly, is the garage doors being natural. But
Yeah, that's fine.
not a, I know, I think that you listed them as natural.
Oh.
Right, yeah, it says doors, boathouse, natural to weather, and I don't know, I can see those being painted, not necessarily white, but
Yeah.
so if there's a color on the house, like that works with it, I'd like to hear what fellow board members think, but those doors just never look right to me, weathering naturally. Thank you.
Thank you. Angus?
Yeah, so I looked at the area and all the structures of, along that north side of the street are all one-story simple structures. And yes, there is this example that was provided of the story and a half structure. But the wings of that are, mostly they're very long, deep sheds, and the central structure is very simple. They're gable windows, but there are no dormers, and the most of the structure is one story and low. So I feel that this is too vertical. The sheds are too short and shallow. and it's too busy with the dormers on both sides. I also agree with Joe's comment about the doors. I think they would be better off white. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that leaves me.
And me.
Oh, Abby, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I just went out there a couple hours ago, and the terrain, it's you're on a dune, and the wind is blowing the sands around, and the dunes are changing as you're out
It's
there.
almost like a poetic picture you're painting for us.
Okay, thank you. I hope you get it, because this is way too complicated for what I've seen out there. I think the dormers are too much. I think that I respect the height. I mean, you can only do 24 out there anyway, but I just think it should be simplified. It should be a simple barn with some simple doors if it's really a boathouse. This looks way more complicated than anything else around that neighborhood. So I would, be in favor of some redesign. Thank you.
Thanks. I think that leaves me. I think I think the idea of a color on the garage doors and make the person doors the same color is an excellent idea. If there's a color on the house, if the door's blue, something like that. I think
The house is they're all white.
all white, okay. I just saw a little punch of color there would be good. If not, then white. For me, this is approvable, subject to modifying the main roof pitch to a 912, modifying the dormer pitches to a 4 and 12, and taking some of the height there out, take some height out of the top plate of the dormer, which is to say lower that top plate by 6 inches. And I think that will change the profile of the gable ends rather dramatically. It doesn't sound like much, but it will make a big difference. And I think it will also affect the dormer sides by lowering the presentation of the dormer face slightly. Those are my thoughts.
Do you want me to make those revisions and bring it back?
I don't know if I have, I hadn't spoken yet, so I don't know if anyone else supports that. If there's support for that, then I would suggest.
I'll make a
we do it in
motion to
Exhibit
hold for revisions.
A. Okay, on Abby's motion to hold for revisions, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Ray? Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
All right, I'm a no. So the record reflect 4 in favor, opposed, Commissioner Welch. Okay, Val, revisions, please.
Okay.
We're gonna move on to Tuckernuck.
And I'm gonna cut to the chase on this. Everybody's concern was the Anderson windows. We are going to go to Brosco single glazed, like what's there. Here's the cut sheet. I'm ready to turn it in. That's the only thing we're asking for. I saw a letter with somebody who must live out there, saying this was okay and that was okay, but all the other changes were already approved. This was simply just the windows.
Okay, does anyone, to be the same board for simplicity, does anyone have any concerns with that?
No.
That was my only concern. So I'm really happy with that. But I'd like to know who wrote the letter, because I didn't read it.
No concern.
It wasn't a name that was familiar to me, but Holly did send it, or.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Motion, okay, go
Can you
ahead.
just make sure that the application has that on the windows on the application?
I'm gonna, yeah, and I'll
Okay,
also
thank
turn
you.
this.
Yeah, well,
in.
we're gonna make a motion.
Okay.
The motion will be that they're TDL.
Motion to approve with the Brosco windows and the storms, the combination storms,
TDL,
TDL.
perfect, on your motion.
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. 14 beach grass, 400 square foot shed.
I'm gonna sit out for a little
Mr.
bit.
Chair, there's nobody in the queue or in the audience to represent.
Okay, and we're coming up on 6:30. If we want to, do we want to look at Joe Marchese's 5 Copper Lane, remove a window? Did you look at that one, Ray?
I did.
Well, hold on a second. I know you did, but Ray was gonna look at it.
Yeah, and it would look a little blank without it, and Holly wasn't loving it.
Okay, so we'll hold for the applicant. Okay, so we're not gonna pick that one up. 14 beach grass, they're not here. We'll hold that till 7. Remember the days when we were getting out of here at 7?
Ooh, those were the glory days of the HTC.
That was when we had some consentable consents.
It
Uh,
has been 3 weeks, Stephen.
I know.
Cut us a break.
32, you cannot let up. 32 Main Street.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Paul is approaching the
Good evening,
microphone.
Paul.
Okay. Hang on one second, Paul, I'll promote you to panelist.
Did you hear there's talk of there being 2 HTCs? There'll be the real HTC and then the backup HTC? Yeah. One of the select board members is pushing that. Yeah.
Mr.
They
Chair,
don't like the first HTC's vote, they'll go with the
That's right,
second.
they can go to the second one.
can I sit off for a few?
Nothing like a little triangulation. Yes, Abby. Connie, you'll be up. Yeah, well, that'll come up at that hearing because I'm kind of done with having an independent commission.
I do like the avenue of appeal thing changing.
Yeah, we'll talk about the foibles in that one. Okay, so, let's see, 32 Main Street, Paul?
Yep.
Go for it. We did get Holly's input, and if you could just kind of walk us through this.
Yep, I'll be quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow board members. We're here for the bottom half of 32 Main Street. We were here before you folks last year for the top half where we replaced lintels above windows and did some repointing of the bricks. We're looking to do the same exercise now down at the retail storefronts. So the plan would be to save everything we can, obviously. The lintels are completely gone. It's pretty bowed out. It's in pretty bad shape. So we need to take apart the top of the storefronts where the signs are. We need to work to replace the lintels and to repoint and replace any brick that's in there. I did put in there that there might be potential reglazing or trim work, but that was only if we run into stuff that's completely rotted that we cannot save. The intent is to save everything we can here and just install new lintels behind the current headers of brick.
Okay, thank you. All right, we did get Holly's comments. Do we have questions before we start to get into this? Anyone? Okay, it'd be Connie who is sitting. Paul, I do. I just, concern would be that this can't be over-documented. The existing conditions, and I don't know if I'd go so far as saying a scan of the front facade, but when you say, you know, rebuilding and steel lintels and repointing, and my concern is knowing what I know about masonry out here and what we recently experienced with 10 New Whale is becomes a little more involved, and having that historical record is important, but also having that reference for your own work may be very important. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so I believe what you're talking about is as we get into it, documenting what gets replaced versus what we keep.
Well, no, more of a, this is what's there, whether it's a, you know, like a photojournalistic type of a narrative, or, you know, sequentially laid out, or, you know, a lot of details, or if it is a scan of the front facade, a 3D scan that's manipulable, zoomable, you know, you can look at it from the side, from the front, from the bottom, as if you're standing at, you know, 3 feet away from it or 10 feet below it. If this may morph into work that would require the brick facade to be replaced in whole or in part.
Yeah, it's in part. We just did this exercise above. The windows and the openings were smaller, so those lintels were actually just angled steel that was welded back. These are a lot bigger. My guess is there's probably some sort of channel or W-beam in there. We won't know till we pull the brick off that's currently over that lintel. It's what we did above, and we put all the same brick back.
So can you give me an idea of the square footage, the height over the window in inches, and it'll just be the width plus some 6 or probably a foot on either side?
Correct. Last time what we did is, if you look behind each sign band, there's a soldier course that's running. We took that soldier course out because that's what we needed to at least get to the lintel. We saved all those bricks. We installed new lintels, put all the same bricks back in the same soldier course and rebuilt it. We did re-point the other bricks around. We didn't pull any bricks. The
Okay.
bricks that we pull are only intended to be pulled where the lintels are.
So last question then is, the bricks that you removed in the prior work were fully serviceable and reusable?
Correct.
Okay, so then my concern is it's not nearly as strong as it was.
I don't anticipate getting into it, but I didn't want to tell you with wholehearted that I wouldn't have to replace one or two. I mean, we don't know till we pull that apart.
Okay. So I think just additional photo documentation close-up of the areas of work to supplement the file.
Okay.
Prior to work.
Okay.
You know, we're gonna do this window, this window, this window, set it up, all the pictures from the same angle, same distance from the structure, so there's a representation of the areas of work.
Okay.
Okay?
Understood.
All right, any other questions might have come up? No?
Well, Stephen, I was just gonna sort of underscore what you said, because this is really a like-kind replacement. But Stephen's point is it's a very high-profile like-kind replacement that uses brick, which has its own, characteristics, like the type of mortar, et cetera. The size of the mortar joints, all that, and then Stephen's point is document the heck out of it before anything comes off. And then when it goes back in, we'll have assurances that it's going back in the way that it looked prior,
Understood.
right?
Totally understood.
Okay, good. Any comments or? Okay, motion to include imagery?
Motion to approve with additional photo documentation of the existing to compare at the end of the work.
Perfect. On your motion,
Aye.
let's see, Ray
Aye.
and Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, good to go, Paul.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Joe will be on the next one. And that'll be 9 Exeter.
That's me.
Val.
I'll write that when I get back.
So Joe and Connie.
Mr. Valero is in the room.
Wait a minute. What am I doing wrong here? Yeah, Abby and Joe and Connie and me. Abby's gone, Ray's on it. Okay. Go ahead, Bill.
This is a garage structure for Scott Valero and his family out on 9 Exeter. I've provided pictures of the site and the house that's there, existing. As you know, Scott and his kids love to work on cars and all kinds of things, so we need this structure.
Okay.
Everything will match natural to weather and,
And Connie, you had this. Did you want to comment?
I didn't have, did I? No. I think it's Carrie.
Oh, Carrie, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns with this?
Can I just see the elevations? I can't get them up on mine.
Yeah, I can't either.
Okay.
it's 23 by 24, I think. 22. It's a small footprint, but that's all he has left.
Any comments, Ray?
No.
Okay. Do we have a motion, please?
Motion to approve as submitted?
On your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. On to 2 White Whale. Oh, I have PTSD. I thought it said New Whale. Hi, Tim.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yep. So, your board, so Tim, you've got your YouTube volume on. Click that off, would you? I think you did. Good. Board will be Ray, Angus, me, Joe, and Connie. Okay. Go
Good
ahead.
evening. Yeah, so we're just looking to put some solar panels on the front roof of this condo. It's half the building, it's the left half of the building. So the panels can only be installed on that portion of the roof.
Okay. And you have an image of the front of the structure?
There should be there, yep, one or two more images further down in the application. There's a couple pictures, I believe, from the front.
Okay. Which is a mock-up, correct?
Yep,
Okay.
not installed yet.
Okay. Thank you. Joe? You had this one on your...
Oh, yeah. I didn't put it on consent because it's on the front of the building facing the road. I did think that given its height and the dark roof, that might be a mitigating factor, but it is right on that front facade, and so I didn't feel comfortable putting it on consent. If it was on the rear, I would have no concerns. I was worried about setting a precedent that others might want to follow because this is highly visible. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay. Thoughts?
Can I ask a question?
Connie, please.
Roof color, it's hard to.
Looks grayish. Tim, roof color changing to black.
We were not going to change the roof color, but I think what the applicant would be willing to do would be to, which we've done in a couple of other spots, is anything that's visible could be painted black.
Yeah.
Roof, no.
Yeah, there's some dyes, but I haven't seen anything really work.
We did one about probably 5 or 6 years ago. I believe it was out on Arrowhead. It was for Scott O'Connor, and that has held up pretty well.
That's, okay, that's on the left there. Okay.
Yeah.
Ray, you want to go?
Well, Joe sort of said it well, you know, it is right on the front of the main mass without a black roof. I mean, it does kind of violate some of the principal rules of our solar guidelines.
Okay. Does anyone have anything different to contribute?
No.
Okay, so I want to explore an idea here. Tim, can we go back to the aerial? So what I would like to see here is either a ground array, which I understand is something people shy away from, but there's quite a bit of, it appears there's quite a bit of space for it. I know, obviously, from the image that a good portion of that is also shaded by the structure. But the other option would be to use the rear dormer roof and reverse pitch the solar panels by increasing the downward portion post height such that it's either, the solar panels are either flat or on a positive inclination, which is to say they're higher at the bottom portion of the roof and they slope towards the top portion of the roof.
Gotcha.
They're not going to be visible from the street. They'll be visible from Cato, but they're on the rear of the structure on a secondary mass.
And if we did, just a quick question, just to bounce it off you folks, if we did change out the roof and made it a black roof, would that help us on the front?
No.
Okay.
It's in a location that's going to be very difficult to screen, given it's on a traffic circle.
Yep.
And also the location of the driveway, the expanse of the driveway, the minimal planting area, the height of the structure, where the roof, where the solar array would be, and so on and so forth. So
Sure.
I think your option is a ground array or the rear dormer modified to allow solar gain.
I approve of Stephen's motion.
So we can give you an option for that, but yeah. Are you guys okay with a solar array anywhere in the backyard?
Yeah.
Is anyone concerned about a solar array anywhere in the backyard?
No.
Okay, so could we do an Exhibit A motion to relocate the solar panels to the dormer roof and/or to a ground array in the rear yard? I'll do that Exhibit A if someone makes the motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Sorry, Stephen.
No, that's fine. Okay, on your motion, Ray.
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And me, I'm an aye. Okay,
Thank you all.
and now we're gonna go to 4 Westmore Lane.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Francis Farrell is online, the property owner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And actually, and so is the architect. I'll. Oh, and-
Wow, get big guns for a 400 square footer. Rick. Hey, Rick, good evening. Are you on for, let's see, 4 Westmore Lane?
Yep.
Hello?
Hello, this is John Cassidy for 4 Westmore.
John, hold on one second. I just want to get a clarification. Rick, are you aware your hand's up? And if you are you here for 4 Westmore?
I am aware my hand is up and I am here for Westmore whenever.
Okay, cool, great. Just wanted to get clarification. We'll call on you in
Yep,
due
thanks.
time. John, why don't you, do you have the capacity to share your screen, or do you want us to do it?
If you could do it, that'd be great. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat yourself?
Go ahead and share the screen, please.
Okay, great.
Thank
So, why don't you kindly direct staff so they know what page you want to be on?
Sure, we'll start with the photos. We're proposing a 400 square foot apartment above the existing garage. We're not increasing the footprint at all, and the staircase will be within the volume of the existing garage. That's views from multiple angles, and that's open to the driveway and opposite the main house. That's the existing elevations. Next slide. The site there, it's at the lower left corner there. And then Westmore Lane is actually private property down below. Next slide, I mean. Okay, the elevations, great. So on the north and east elevations, on that upper story, we kept the fenestration small in deference to privacy for the neighbors. And then the other 2 elevations open up more. We've added, 5'2" taller than the existing garage ridge. So we've tried to keep the height overall minimal, and that's about it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, good, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? The board is going to be Ray, Angus, Val, me, and I think we're back to Joe. Val, question?
What is the comparison of the height that this will be with the increase next to the house? It seems as though the houses are 1 story and 1.5 story. And this is right on the street?
Yes, correct. The house has multiple volumes that are like almost like 1 3/4 story. The ridge of the garage is still 2 foot 9 inches lower than the ridge of the volume directly opposite it. And then the main volume of the house, which is at the far south east corner of the site, is 5 foot 8 uh, inches higher than the proposed increased garage height.
Okay, Bill, that answer your question?
Yeah, for now.
Okay, any other questions? Let's see. We got a hand raised. Rick, can you identify whether you're speaking, as an abutter or a owner, any type of interest, and then go ahead and make your comment, please?
Sure. I am speaking as an abutter.
Okay, thank you.
I happen to own one of those humble little ranch houses that Ray mentioned to about an hour ago. But I guess what we want to try and get across is that I think the proposed massing here is pretty significant to the proximity to the road, the proximity to the easement. This garage only sits about 7 feet off of Westmore Lane. And not only is the roof going up 5 feet, but with the dormers, it's more like 8 to 8.5 feet. And I'm not, I guess from our perspective, that north elevation that you just moved away from, that sits 2 feet from our parking pad. And I'm kind of hoping that there's some architectural elements that could be added or recommended in order to sort of bring down visually the height of the building and the mass of the building. But I do think that building sits, this is out on Cliff Road at the Westmore, as you know, in a reasonably reasonably so area. And that's a building that's getting bigger, taller, very close to the road. Will probably have a balcony that hangs out, at least to the sidewalk. And so I just feel like it's kind of big. And I'm hoping that you, as a committee, can perhaps request some changes that will make it a little bit more visually acceptable. Remember, people come by this building all the time. This is the entrance to Westmore Club. So it's going to be, you turn the corner and there's going to be a large, tall, 8 feet taller in some instances than currently exists. Thank you. That's all I really have to say.
Thanks, Rick. I just want to get a clarification. I didn't quite hear you. You mentioned a 2-foot reference.
So the garage sits 2 or 3 feet from, so the cottage that's to the north of Mr. Farrell's property is 104 Cliff Road. Its entrance is on Westmore Lane. Its parking is on Westmore Lane. And the parking is, we have an easement, a permanent easement from Mr. Farrell for that parking. And the garage sits about 2 or 3 feet from that easement line. I don't want to say exactly how far, Stephen, because
Sure, no,
but
no,
it's in the 2 to 3 feet range.
Okay, that's fine. And that's shown to the north of the property with a notation? The north of the structure?
Are you asking me?
Correct.
John?
Yeah, correct. That's
Okay.
that. If you
Okay,
zoom
thank you.
in to the left.
All right, just wanted clarification. Okay, so again, Ray, Angus, Val, me, and Joe. Who would like to begin? Val.
I appreciate trying to keep the height down, but I also share concerns about it being in this proximity to Cliff Road and to Westmore, especially with the balcony facing the street. I think that's inappropriate. I'm not sure about the little bay. Does that tie in with any structure on the site? Because we don't have any pictures of the other structures, so I would also suggest a view. And overall, I guess simplification. for me. I have to see it in context with what's there.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
So my opinions have already been stated, but it's too tall in relation to the rest of the buildings on the property. Its proximity to Cliff Road is troubling if it's going to be that tall. And I also have to say, it feels like this very small building is loaded with all kinds of like things. You know, this bay with the hip roof over top of it, the Juliet balcony for Romeo waiting down the street on Cliff Road, the little pergola over the garage doors, and so on. You know, the little tiny windows on the east elevation, although I think that's probably the least visible elevation. Yeah, there's just too much going on.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Let's see, Joe?
Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with this property when it was constructed, and I've walked around it with Francis actually at one point. It's a very eclectic, interesting house, and it feels like it's been added onto kind of randomly over time, but it was all built together. And then I think he moved the structure to the property too. So I think it's definitely worth the view because I can't recall if some of these eclectic details on this structure tie in directly with the house, but I think it's definitely worth a visit. A reason why I reviewed this for consent, but because of the proximity to the road and all the other reasons stated, obviously I didn't put it on consent. But my concerns were the north elevation being as blank as it is, which the abutter mentioned. That's going to be visible to everybody going into Westmore or going down Cliff Road. So I think that some fenestration change, that window feels, I mean, this is awfully detail oriented, but that 6 light window is way too small. And I think some trellis could happen on the lower level. And I was looking at the dormers, and the dormer plate height relative to the floor height looks pretty tall. And it feels like that could come down. And I guess the eave on the main mass could slide down a little bit so that it lines up with the double hung windows. And I think maybe you get that done by steepening the roof pitch. Those are minor tweaks to bring the height down a little bit, but that I'm throwing out there just for the applicant to consider. But I'd like to go out there and look at it again myself, even though I'm somewhat familiar with it. But definitely the proximity to the road and the balcony, I'd like to get a sense of. I mean, I don't know if there'd be a benefit to a ridge pole off the back of the garage. Since the structure's there, you could actually attach one pretty easily, and we could see what the ridge height might look like on this. That might help. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Angus?
I agree with what's been said, all the concerns. And I think that if this is responding to the details of the house, pictures of the house should be provided as well. Thanks.
Thanks. So I think even if this is responding to the details to the house, given its proximity to Westmore Lane, it's a challenge. I think a couple of 2x4s as poles slapped on the side, do a view, and revision should be shorter and simplification.
Can I mention one other thing?
Val?
The eave of the dormer should come down on top of the windows instead of leaving that space.
Yeah. So top plate,
Yeah.
buried, top plate header.
Yeah.
So structurally, that would be diminished. Okay. And I just want to be clear, when I say simplified, some of the ornamental aspects, but also the kind of extended Juliet porch, That maybe even the bay window. Although it is a character adding feature, so I think the view will help me on that too. Okay, so I think, can we get a motion to the effect of,
I'll make a motion to hold for
revisions and a view?
Revisions and a view with, did you want the pole?
Couple of poles,
Yeah.
couple of 2x4s?
Yeah.
To indicate the ridge height
Yeah.
on the proposed? Okay, thanks. On Val's motion, Val?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That brings us to thank you, John, thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
That brings us to Two Little Island.
Mr. Chair, he's gonna hold that.
He's gonna hold that.
We're holding Little Isle.
Is there any,
He's not here.
are there any neighbors or
Not
abutters or anything?
that I'm aware of.
Okay, it's not a controversial solar. We never seem to get controversial solar applications.
Not from Tim.
All right, we're gonna move to 42 Washington.
So 92 Washington.
I'm sorry, I gotta get the bifocals out.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, there's a few people in the queue. I don't know. Oh, must be this person raising their hand, Dana.
Dana? Good evening, we can't hear you if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Awesome. I'm here as the applicant for 92 Washington Street.
Okay. The applicant or the applicant's agent?
Applicant's agent.
Okay, that's fine. Just want to clarify for the record. And you're fine with us steering? You can kindly direct staff through your application?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, cool. Why don't you go ahead and get started?
So if we want to just start with some of the site photos, we can start there. Awesome. So just to remind everyone, this is an application for hardscape. There have already been applications approved for a new main house, a new garage, and a new shed. So part of that is reorienting the front of the property, kind of matching everything in kind, including like the stone apron, the fencing, and the auto court that's a shell drive, along with any existing fencing will be replaced in kind to match the things you're seeing in these photos, including the arbor. We can scroll down a bit to see the back of the property. You're also seeing some dimensional bluestone here. We're going to be doing some of that as well. And then we're demolishing pergola that's coming down with the house. Go forward a bit to site plan. Awesome. If we want to just maybe zoom in a bit on this plan, you'll see 3 structures on the property that have been approved. Those are all new. We have a driveway that's reorienting what is existing to fit our new space, along with fencing along the street. We have a wood arbor that'll match what is on site, dimensional bluestone paths along the site, and then in the rear yard, a seating patio, dimensional bluestone as well. We have submitted a hardscape plan and a fencing plan. And yeah, I think if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Okay, thanks, Dana. Let's see, the board is going to be Ray, Abby, Angus, Val, and me, so regular board. And does anyone have any questions?
I'm kind of confused.
I was just going to say, I thought this was, the methodology is fresh, it's crisp, it's clear. I feel like I finally have a clear grasp on a hardscape plan.
It's just hard because we don't know. I remember the house getting approved, but I don't remember what the new structures look like. And
There
so-
are a few sections towards the
Dana, hold
back
on.
that,
Dana,
I'm sorry.
Hold on one sec. Val, finish, please.
And that's why it's hard to look at the stuff that's there. And I appreciate, you're right, the way she has everything marked. It's just,
So for you, the context of not having the house
Correct.
that was approved is a little problematic.
yeah.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure I understood. And importantly, the applicant's agent. Okay, any other questions before we I see Mickey up there, so we're gonna see what he's got. Okay, hey, Mickey,
Yes.
go for it.
So everything looks fine. It's basically matching what's existing there now. The only question that we had was, what is the driveway? The driveway gate is, I guess it's new, and that's a little bit of a concern. I'm not sure if there are residential gates in that area. Probably not. And what does it look like? Because I don't see a drawing for that. So that's it. Thanks.
Thanks. Dana, can you address that, please?
Sure. Driveway gate, we are thinking that it'll be cedar. It'll be about 4 feet high, and it'll match the vibe of what's there. You are correct that we are not including photos of that, but we can provide those if needed.
Okay, that would be a definite yes. And, okay, now we're gonna jump into it. Ray?
You know, aside from the gate thing, which Holly, I believe, also brought up, because there's no detail, this looks really fine to me. A lot of it is being reused. It's nothing out of the ordinary.
Yep. Okay, let's see, Angus,
What Ray said.
Abby?
I was just worried about a little bit of the hardscaping. I'm looking at a lot of Belgian block, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of this, because I think the driveway looking into the further driveway, the shell part, or whatever that is, what is it? Yeah, shell. I think it's pretty small opening, so it's a little formal, but I think it's okay.
Okay, thank you. So Dana, I think these are your options. You can either, we can either hold this and you can turn in the gate information and we can pick it back up, or we could take a motion and move this and you can come back with the gate as a separate matter.
Is there a preference that the board has?
Yes. Ray Paul has expressed interest in getting it approved without.
Yeah, we want to get stuff off our plate, so I think it'd be beneficial to you. I don't think, we'll be pretty clear on whether we think a gate is appropriate there. I would suggest that in that application, be sure to see if there's precedents. I don't believe there are, but that's certainly going to be part of the discussion. And in the meantime, you can get this moved along.
Okay, so you're saying that everything would be approved and we'd come back for the gate separate?
Sans gate, yep, you come back for the gate under a separate application.
Okay, awesome.
So do we have a motion to approve minus the gate?
Yep.
Ray, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Dana, thanks again for that presentation. That was very helpful.
Thorough.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. We are now moving on to 74 Orange Street.
So, Mr. Chair, Jason isn't here, but I don't think anybody's online to represent either.
Isn't Jason the one who's representing it?
Yeah, but sometimes somebody else shows up.
Okay,
you
so
know
we'll
how
put that on hold until 7:30. Our 7 o'clock expired 14 Beachgrass, so they can come back when they come back. 8 Cato Lane, new dwelling, Ridgedale,
Yes.
Ridgevale, Ridgedale.
Yeah, so-
Isn't that like Archie and,
Oh, Mr. Chair, Ryan Douglas raised his hand. I don't know what that's about.
Richard hey, Richard, what's up?
No, Ryan Douglas.
Well, Richard's the one that's showing. Oh, now Ryan is. Oh, now Richard.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. I was just raising my hand for 8 Cato. I'm counsel for the applicant.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, not yet. Coming up though. Richard, which
Thank you.
one are you here for?
He's an 8 Cato.
Oh, 8 Cato. Okay, so we're,
And also,
okay, so we're gonna move on to 8 Cato. And Rich, you're gonna present, Richard?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Let's see, the board is gonna be Ray, Abby, Angus. Vale's off. I'm on, Connie's on. I just wanna say, I wanna frame this because it's worth doing. This is essentially an application that's been resubmitted as a clean application. And we're familiar with the location, we're familiar with the structure, we're familiar with concerns, and I just want us to try to be succinct and direct, okay? Either way, positive or not, but just to have said it. Rich, why don't you go ahead? Are you gonna kindly direct staff through?
Yes, I will.
Okay, please go ahead.
So thank you, Chair. So as you said, you've seen this project before. This is a clean new submission for 8 Cato Lane only. You see the site plan. We are pushed up to the 10-foot setback. We got the driveway on the left. Basically, that is a clean site plan. Landscape will be under a separate application. If you want to scroll down to the elevations, I'll just run through the elevations real quick and then take your comments.
Yep.
So proposed west elevation and south elevation. So the proposed west is facing Cato Lane. You got the front door, main gable, 6/6 windows. The windows are Quaker gray. The trim is natural to weather red cedar roof, white cedar shakes. If you want to jump to the next page, you get the east elevation and north elevation. So again, I'll turn this over to comment. You guys have seen this. We talked about dormers in the past. So I will turn it over to you for comment.
Thanks. Ray?
Well, sorry, but wasn't the issue, the reason this is resubmitted is because of the sighting, right?
Yeah, can we go back to the site plan, please?
Because I remember there being some discord about the fact that
The first one was, yeah.
buildings are the same, essentially.
Perfect.
So what has changed about the site plan?
Rich?
Nothing has changed. I did a study of the 5 lots that are on that section of Cato Lane. I'm happy to present that. The issue last time was the staggering of buildings, and there was some concerns with setbacks. So we have number 10 approved in a couple different versions. One is 5 feet off of the setback. One is right on the setback. One is mirror image. One is the same as 8 Cato. So number 10 has 3 different approvals. Obviously, we're here for number 8. I can share my screen because I did a study for 2 Cato and 4 Cato, which shows those existing houses up on the setback as well. So just trying to stay with Nantucket in mind, building with Nantucket in mind, and the setbacks and the street view is all relative to the adjacent houses. So happy to show that if you want to see it.
Rich, I'm sorry. So what I was actually like wondering about is, if memory serves me, you already have an approval for 8, correct?
No.
10.
We never approved 8? I thought we did.
Never.
Never.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I can kind of provide
Kathy.
clarification. The last time that he brought 8 Cato Lane in was a meeting that you both were not attending, Ray and Stephen. And so he withdrew and resubmitted this. So that's.
Okay, but Rich, I mean, really, this is the same thing that we saw before, right?
Yeah, it's,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
It's just, yes. Yeah. I think what this boils down to is a resubmission because having disjointed potential members sitting.
Yeah, I understand.
The problem is what I think we're grappling with, and we haven't stated yet, but I'm sensing is that we don't have the information we had with the last application, which is to say specifically 10 showing adjacent and the streetscape.
Well, yes.
So we're
Yes to
kind of struggling there. So let's just kind of labor through this and we'll, as quickly as we can, and we'll make a request for whatever information we need. Abby?
Well, I think it's a fine design. It's not that. I drove down this lane because I wasn't familiar with it. It is very rural, and I think the two houses being so like twins, it's going to look a little bit odd in such a rural setting. As I said, the design is fine. It's just that they're smacked together and it's just going to look like an anomaly on that little country road. So it's the massing, it's the whole design and the way it sits on the site.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Angus?
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to 1021 and look at 8 and 10 together, which is, I think, probably what you're asking for, is to see a streetscape of these two together. It's mirror image, the same massing and fenestration and everything, and as Abby says, it looks weird, and the juxtaposition of the two buildings being so close together and the same distance from the road um, doesn't work in this setting. Thank you.
Thanks. Ray, do you want to add anything to your more general question?
Well, I think, my confusion stems from what has already been mentioned, the context, which now Val has up on her screen. I'm with Abby on the design of the building is nice. Yeah, it's funny.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing else to add either. I'm in agreement
Okay.
with what's been said.
Rich, is this this is left to right like number 10, or is this a mirror image?
So we have 10 approved as the same and a mirror image. The last approval on 10 was a mirror image and it was pushed 5 feet off of the setback. So by bringing 8 to the setback and pushing 10 5 feet, which is already approved, you get that hierarchy of the staggering of the houses as you drive down that lane.
Okay, so for me, I think the approval of this is that it's contingent upon the other being staggered.
So sorry, and this is Ryan Douglas with Rubin and Rudman, just identifying myself for the record. I do just want to note that that we are here tonight on number 8, and number 10's already been approved.
Ryan,
Yep.
thank you, but you weren't recognized by the chair. So if you
I know, but legally I have to jump
Ryan,
in.
please, you're out of order. Thank you. I was actually still speaking and we were in our comment phase. I appreciate your comment. The relevancy of 10 is character and setting, and the HTC has every right to address under the Establishing Act character and setting of neighboring properties with relation to what's proposed. And I'm simply articulating that for me, we need to establish specifically which of the two approvals 10 will be constructed under before I don't want to speak for my fellow commissioners, my cohorts, decide to move forward with this application. So you all can decide how you want. Really what it will boil down to is we'll make a decision. If we decide as a commission that the character and setting of the location is 10 is relevant, we'll make an approval based upon this relative to the neighboring structure. And then you guys will be forced into a decision there, or this will not be able to be constructed.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, Abby?
I just want to make okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure that these are numbered and they get smaller as they go back. So the first one we see is 10, and that's the one that's already been okay. It's been okayed by us.
It's been okayed in two different locations.
And
I think 2 different
8 is the next one going down the lane, further deeper into the.
No, 8, I believe, 8 is, no, the way this would work is 8 is closer than 10.
So if I may, this is Rich. If I may, I would like to share my screen, which shows the entire streetscape from Vesper Lane all the way to the last
Yeah, but before you do, Rich, we want to get clear on one thing. As you go down the street from Vesper, 8 is before 10, correct? What's going on? Oh, so he's in the ether?
I'm still here. I'm just trying to figure out how to share my screen.
Okay. The pressure's on.
Well, I mean,
Put
there's like
everything on the screen. That'll be hysterical.
there's a lot of stuff going on
A
this
little
screen.
timer, 10. Right.
Rich, it also might be worth at some point sharing the Lake Street
Abby,
that
I'll have
shows
your
that
question answered when we get.
Yeah,
shows
as soon
that
as
would
I,
be really helpful.
So, Rich, you should be able to click share screen and then double click on the application you want to show on the
okay.
screen.
Yeah, here we go. Allow, deny. Please tell me this works.
Okay, before you go further though, let's just clarify, 8 is closer to Vesper than 10, correct?
That's incorrect.
So the street actually goes.
It goes
what's the first-
backwards,
It's backwards, okay.
which is strange. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay. So Vesper Lane, Cato Lane, this is the dirt road of Cato Lane. So 35 Vesper is the little cottage that exists. Then 10 Cato, 8, 6 is a vacant lot, and then 4 and 2 are existing. To the left, you have the cemetery, and then behind number 2, 4, and 6 is the land bank property.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, so this drawing, Steve, to your point, this is shown as the latest approval for 10 with a mirror image, and number 10 is pushed 15 feet off of the property line as opposed to 10. You see
Okay.
that?
Yep, that's what I needed to know. Now, what you need to know is that our decision can be contingent upon elements of character and setting in the immediate area, because it affects the composition and the perception of scale on the lot relative to setbacks, which is also part of our purview under the act.
Right.
So we want to get clear on that. It's not to be argumentative. It's not to be confrontational. It's to do our diligence.
Yeah, so this is the latest plan that you're seeing. So these are the two houses. Number 8 is on the left, number 10 is on the right. Number 10 is pushed back an additional 5 feet. And then you see obviously the elevations of the mirror image of the homes.
Okay, thank you. Now let's hold. I want to go back to Abby. Abby, you had a question and that was answered. Do you want to comment now?
Well, sure. Oh, it's too bad. He just.
Can we go back?
Sorry, I'll go back.
It's just nice to see them side by side, because I think this is part of the problem, is that you're on this rural road and then suddenly there are these two very bigger houses than anything else on the road. And they're mirror images of each other. And it just seems odd. Thank you for pushing back 10, 15 feet off the road. That makes it a little more different. But I just wish we could do something just to break this sort of twinsy thing going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Brady, you want to comment further now? We have additional information in front of us.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with this. You know,
As shown, including,
as we just saw on that
including 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And, yeah, so I think the condition for me would be to implement the site plan for 10 as shown.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a crafty thing. A little wordsmithing in order to
We can trust.
fairly reflect our duties. Abby, we got Ray. Angus?
Yes. So an approval would be contingent on the 10 being set back a minimum of 5 feet more than 8. Um, is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're different trim colors. That's correct?
Yes, different trim, different window colors.
Yeah. Okay. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, and does that leave Connie? Do you want to comment?
I think I'm okay with it.
Under the presentation, including 10?
Right, as long as we use the approval of the. Oh, no, as long as we have the approval of the pushing the 10 back. Because I think he said they had several approvals.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
what is it now?
What you see on the screen is the latest approval for number 10, which shows it mirror imaged and pushed back 5 feet.
5 feet further
5 feet further, yes.
from the property line. Well, actually, yes. Okay. Is it 5 feet further or is it like 3 feet further?
It's 5 feet. So if I zoom in,
Yeah, let's do that. Not to
So-
question, I'm not quite, I just want to see it.
there you go, 5 feet. So if this is the setback line, it's pushed back 5 feet.
And 8,
Eight is on the setback so that you get the staggering effect of the houses.
right, can we see that?
Yeah, hold on. So this one, this one is still shown. This is the previous submission for 10. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna go to this drawing.
So that wasn't actually reflective of what you're proposing.
So that was the previous one for number 10. So
Eagle Eye Welch.
the number 8 is accurate.
So go back to the site plan you just had up, please. We just need to be clear and I want to. So basically this structure is going to be 2 feet closer to Cato Lane than shown.
5 feet. So this one, number 8, is going to slide forward to the setback. So if you look, like I said,
Zoom in, Rich, can you zoom in so we can see the front of both of them and the setback, please?
Sure.
Yeah, perfect.
So you see this dashed line here? This was a previous submission for 10, and we had slid both buildings back 5 feet. That's why this is circled and it's pushed back. The same with this one. So on the latest submission for number 8 is that this slides forward to the setback. This one stays back so that you get the additional hierarchy as you go down the road. So number 10 is pushed 5 feet further back than number 8.
Okay, so now just zoom out like a hair. Okay, so is anyone uncomfortable with 8 moving up to the setback? Which is
I have a question. At one point, Stephen, you had mentioned something about moving back to facilitate parallel parking in front of the house. And then you were gone for the next meeting where it was presented. Is that still part of the future plan?
No.
Question through the chair to Richard.
Hold on, Rich.
Sorry.
So I'm gonna hold your question just for a moment, Angus. I want to get resolution on this. What we are seeing is on the site plan is an older site plan. It does not reflect 8 Cato being moved 5 feet closer to Cato Lane. Does anyone have a concern with that structure moving 5 feet closer to Cato Lane?
I prefer that.
Ray prefers it.
I do.
Abby does not. Connie?
Yes.
Yeah.
These are just so setback to setback, they're big. So, yes.
Yes, you have a concern?
No, yes, I prefer.
You prefer it moved up. Okay. So I'm actually fine with the change. And then Angus, do you have a preference with respect to character and setting of that being closer or further back?
I prefer it moving forward so that there is that difference between the two houses. But ideally, it wouldn't be all this would start further back rather than being right at the setback. But
Understood and accepted. I don't necessarily disagree with you. We might be a little past that, but we can always discuss it if there's support. I'm not married to it. I just don't think it's a bad idea. Okay, so now the idea of the parallel parking, Rich, this is your application. Where are you on that?
There is no on-street parking. That was an early on landscape plan, and I just happened to have it at one of those meetings. So there is no on-street parking. What you see is what you get, which is 2 tandem spots per lot.
Okay, so now the next, I want to walk us through this as quickly as I possibly can. It's getting late and I start to lose steam. My brain shuts down. The site plan that we're looking at now is not part of the application that was submitted, correct?
That is correct. This is for number 10 only.
And the site plan that is within the drawings labeled that were submitted for 8 show the correct location?
Yes.
That is correct.
Yeah, you don't have to show me. I just want to get the verbal on. Okay.
All right.
So what we're going to need to see is a submission, and I think we can do this as an exhibit. Yeah, I think we can do this through staff. We're going to deviate from the Exhibit A, which we've come to love, because it doesn't appropriately address the matters at hand. And what I'm going to suggest, if there's a motion, given the support that I sense, is that we would be making a motion through staff for the 8 Cato Lane site plan to be revised to show 10 Cato Lane. Let me back up. The 8 Cato Lane site plan as submitted in the current application to be revised to show 10 Cato Lane and to show 10 Cato Lane 5 foot further back than 8 Cato Lane is currently. And the motion for that would be step 1 of the motion. Step 2 would be to approve 8 Cato Lane, subject to 10 Cato Lane setback being 5 foot further back than 8 Cato Lane. Would have been a lot easier not to have 2 approvals, but on 10 Cato Lane, but I think that that will address the matter at hand, and it does a way that is consistent with the HDC having authority over setbacks to establish and promote appropriate character and setting. And we need that in the minutes if this goes anywhere else. Is there a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I want to make sure I got the motion right.
Yeah, because it's,
So we're gonna have the site plan submitted to the staff that shows 8 Cato, which is the one we're voting on, up by the setback, and 10, its neighbor, shown 5 foot pushed away from the setback by 5 feet
yep.
on the same plan.
And 8 is separately approved only subject to 10 being set back that additional 5 feet.
Yeah, okay, that is my motion.
And I'm sure there can be some argument in law on that, but
No doubt.
it'd be a lot easier just to resolve this now. Is that your motion?
It is.
Okay, and let's see, on the motion, Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Nay.
Angus.
Nay, but I could make a comment that
Let me,
if it's possible,
well, why don't you second the motion for discussion?
second the motion for discussion.
Okay, and then did you vote? Because if you're gonna vote, you should either vote, I would suggest recant your vote and let's have the discussion.
So
Wasn't sure you voted or not.
I'll recant my vote just for the discussion, and that is because these are filling lot line to lot line on either side, they're larger than other structures on the street, and that was part of the reason for the staggering. I would be more comfortable with them set a little bit further back so that 8 would be 15 back and 10 would be 20 back. And that's what I would be in favor of.
Okay, thanks. Ray, are you,
That's not necessary for me, and I think that would open up another discussion that would last another half hour.
okay, no, I understand both points. Okay, so no support for that. Angus, what's your vote?
No.
Angus is a no. Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So that's 3 in favor, 2 opposed for the record, Angus and Abby. Ray, will you write that up on the,
I'm doing it right now.
thank you so much. And Rich, just to be clear, obviously the approval is subject to 10 being set back 5 feet further than 8.
Understood.
And the site plan, get the site plan in, staff will process the application, and it can be stamped for approval, okay?
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, okay, let's leave it at that. Okay. Now, we are on to 20 Manicasham.
Yes, Stephen Thoreau.
Is Stephen here?
Yeah, I'm muting him now.
Look at all these people waiting patiently in the audience. Jeez.
How are we doing, guys? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, welcome.
We can't hear him.
Who had this one? Joe, okay. Regular board. Hard to see that, Stephen. Oh, that's us. Fiona, will you zoom in a little?
Let's just go to the photos, Fiona, if we can. There were 2 photos submitted. You know, sometimes owners call you only when they need you to clean something up for them, rather than ahead of the situation.
Steve, it's really hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, just if you can enunciate a little louder.
No problem. Let's just go down to the pre-existing photo and the as-built condition for a second.
As-built, I just want to get a clarification. As-built as in,
Yes.
as-built historically, or as-built in this is a violation as-built?
As-built, this is a violation as-built.
Oh,
They only call you sometimes when they need you rather than ahead of the situation. So the photograph on the right shows what was there. And the owner decided that she didn't want to change the door and the window and left them in place. Reduce the size of the balcony that's there. So that's the only condition that's
so wait a minute. I am sorry. This is an as-built violation based on an as-built being left in place?
You see the existing windows. She didn't wanted to change the windows and door on the second floor to what was approved.
So it was a partial changeover of what was approved?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, just trying to make sure I understand.
In this location, which is Manicasham Valley Road, way down the end of it, kind of off the beaten path there. So there was you can see the 2 conditions are very similar. The deck was reduced on the second floor, and that's where we're back here tonight.
Okay, and does the application show, does it indicate which ones weren't changed, or?
Yes, if you scroll up a little bit, it shows the conditions there.
Okay. So I guess the images were hard to really understand what's going on, at least for me.
If you look at the proposed north elevation, you see there's a balcony there and there's a window there that was supposed to be in place. And below, which was approved, where there was no balcony and the window was there.
This house looks like it should be in Nantucket to me.
Exactly.
Is this a move? Is this a disguised move?
No,
Application?
no, it's not.
We have a motion approved to move to Nantucket. Okay.
No.
I'm not, okay, let me just back up and piece this to just try and
step through this piece by piece. We're gonna just kind of revert to our system. Does anyone have any questions for Stephen?
Not only do I have no questions, but I think that it's one of those like crazy funky things that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, good. And does anyone want to add to that,
No.
except for a motion?
I mean, look at the tower.
I
You
know, I'm
it's
looking
like,
at it,
come
I'm
on.
like, I wasn't
You
sure where to
can't stop
start.
looking at it.
So what's the difference a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, this is like, do you put an extra 4 grains of sugar in your coffee or not?
There you go, right.
Or
What's the
salt,
fine?
perhaps.
Yeah, they should be at 5.
So the as-built fee, so we got a motion for the as-built fee and approved, correct? As-built?
Yeah,
Okay, that's Val's motion.
yeah.
Regular members, Val,
Sorry?
are you in favor?
Yes.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Angus?
I like what was approved, so no.
Okay, and I'm an aye. So 4 in favor, 1 opposed, Angus. For the record, there you go, Stephen.
Thank you kindly, guys.
And you didn't even have to move it to Nantucket.
It would be a tough move. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're on to 2 Drew Lane. Guys, let's hit lightning and see if we can get through this.
I'm gonna try.
We're gonna be going into the new year,
Sitting there all night long.
the holidays.
Where,
Pickleball court steps. Hey, Elizabeth, how are you?
Hello, I'm well. How are you?
We're getting there. Gee, this is one of Angus's again.
You want me to start?
No, let's let the applicant's agent start. I know you're chomping at the bit. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Yeah, so this is for adding a pickleball court, kind of tucked in there in the corner. It's quite below Pulpus Road. And I think it's really well screened. There's a lot of vegetation there already, and if we need to add more, we would. And then proposing a really pretty fence made out of wood. There's a photo of it there. So I think all in all, it would be a nice thing to have.
Okay. Let's see, it's the regular board. Does anyone have any questions? All right, Angus?
So this is highly visible. If anybody, wants to go for a view, or if they have, you would see that right now this corner of the lot is very visible from Pulpus. And so it's only going to get more cleared to have the pickleball court. So I highly recommend people looking at it.
Okay. Does anyone want to comment now, or Elizabeth, do you think a view would be beneficial?
If you want to look at it, you can.
Yeah, maybe we'll
Also, recommend that it not be seen from.
Yeah, I
Pulpus
mean,
Road.
it could be a subject to not visible time inspection or thereafter.
Yeah.
Can I just
Ray?
ask the applicant?
Yeah.
The applicant's representative, that is. How would you respond to Angus's comment about the visibility, Elizabeth?
Honestly, I am not aware that that would be the case. It didn't appear to me that would be a concern. I had a hard time finding the place.
Okay, I can come back, but other people can talk.
Anyone else?
I would like to see the visibility, just because it's on a corner.
Let's go tonight.
Yeah, I got some flashlights on the bike. We're good to go. And there's some pizza left for the field trip. Okay, so let's get a motion hold for review, please.
I'd make,
Let's bring it back. Do we have any idea what our next one looks like?
No, because the deadline is on next Monday. So December 2nd is your next meeting. It's old business.
And then we have one on the
And we have
9th.
one on the 9th, and we have one on the 16th, and then
Okay, so this could come back at the next, it's old business, it can come back on
on
the,
December 2nd.
on the 2nd.
Yeah. That's the next meeting.
Okay.
which is our next meeting.
I mean, do I need to do anything?
You
Just
have to-
paperwork stuff at the office, I
Yeah.
think.
Just
Can I-
the old business checklist.
Okay, so let's get a vote on that.
Can I second that motion? Just-
No, Angus, I'm gonna hold you on that. Let's do a view. We're gonna do a view. We can talk about this in greater depth at that time. Is that okay?
I was just going to suggest plotting the corner so that people could see, the whole scope of the corner.
Elizabeth, can you put a post up on the closest corner to the corner?
Yep.
Okay. Val, that's your motion?
Okay,
Thank you. Are you in favor of your motion?
I am.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and I am too. Look at that. Okay, we're on to 24 Hummock.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good
board
evening.
members.
24
Been a
Hummock.
long meeting. Hopefully this will be easy for you. Anton Dimov for the applicant, and I'm ready when you are.
Yeah, please, let's go through this.
So really quick, small front porch addition with a front entry on the first level, and then dormers on the second floor to expand the living space. We've tried to keep everything, not tried, but we're keeping everything much existing in terms of trim, natural to weather cedar, window color, size. This building's been renovated 5 years ago, and we're trying to be budget sensitive, but we wanna bring that front porch addition and entrance. And that's pretty much it. Happy to answer any questions you guys might have, and I have the client and owner of the property with me as well, so.
Okay, sounds good. Angus, you had this. What was your concern?
That the dormers aren't following the guidelines. They're 2 feet from the edge instead of a minimum of 3 feet. And the porch just felt oversized for the entry. It just changed the character of the front of the building.
Okay, does anyone have any concerns with this?
Yeah, the 2-foot setback on the sides.
I'm just asking, I'm not telegraphing. We
I
should-
mean, it needs to either move over or the dormers need to be smaller.
Can you do that? You know what we're talking about?
Yeah, reducing
Just
the
put
width of the
in a
dormers.
foot. If they're 2 feet now, you go to 3 feet.
Yeah, can we do 6 inches? Because we're really trying to, use the interior space and not damage too much, and
Your existing space on the inside?
Yeah, on the
may I
second floor.
Make a suggestion?
They can be
Yeah.
smaller.
Extend the rakes out a foot.
Why do we have rules?
No. Right, in that sense.
Or 6 inches and then move them in 6 inches.
Do you know what he's suggesting?
just reducing the width of the dormer.
Right now,
No.
no, the rakes are flush with the side of the building.
Right.
If
Soften
you had a
them out.
rake over,
Oh. Yeah.
It's more work, but it gets you your
more
interior.
work.
And so you can come in 6 inch,
So
come in 6
essentially,
inches and you can go out 6 inches and you got a foot. Or you could come in, you can move the dormers in a foot and change your floor plan, or you can come in 6 inches and knock your rakes out 6 inches and you just got the same foot and you only had to move the dormer 6 inches. Or just make it smaller 6 inches. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm actually confused.
Okay.
If I gotta be
I
honest.
think we just need to follow the guidelines.
Yeah, well, we are. It's just, there's different ways to do that. So right now you have a flush rake here.
Yep.
So if you have a 6 inch overhang, then that's 6 inches. It's 6 inches. That's 2'6". Then this dormer gets less wide by 6 inches. And it moves over 6 inches. That's 3 feet. You understand?
Yeah. I think replacing the building's been recently renovated like 4 years ago, and everything's.
It's either that or they're gonna have to follow our guideline,
All right.
which is 3 feet to
So-
move the dormer in.
All right. Well, are you okay with?
I mean, I don't have a horse in the race. I just.
Yeah. All right. Let's,
We'll
we're okay with pushing them a foot to go to the 3 feet. Yeah,
You're gonna move it a foot?
yeah. We're
In.
gonna reduce the width of the dormers a foot from the exterior wall.
You can either move it or you can reduce the size.
Yeah, if I can try to move it a little bit. I'm just gonna lose the center line from the windows below, and that was kind of the design idea here, was to bring symmetry back to the building. If you look at the existing elevation, of the building, it's very odd, and it's the same exact setup of the flanking dormers the next door property has. And we're trying to be sensitive with the area and bring symmetry to the building, at the same time address the front door with that covered porch, and essentially bring the building to a better place. If the 2 feet distance from the edge of the existing building to the beginning of the new dormers are basically an equation or a result from the windows below. And we actually shifted a little bit the window so it doesn't
All right,
conflict.
so I think what we need to do is just get some minor modifications to reflect the concern of the commission. I would add to drop the top plate on the dormers a little bit. And that will bring them more into the kind of portico entry symmetry of that gable forward. So reduce the top plate by, I don't know, I'd say 9 inches or a foot
Sure.
on, you know what I'm saying, on either
I can
side
do
of the
that, happy to do
dormers.
that. And the other thing that I can recommend, if I can, sorry, Mr. Chair, to you, I can reduce the dormers by a foot by taking 6 inches on either side and keeping that center line for
Right,
the windows
but-
below.
Well, that's what I had in mind when I said add 6 inches on the side of the gable, because then you get your foot and everybody wins.
But that will mean that I'll need to extend the
then the
rake
other-
of the existing
right,
building and
the
replace the trim.
Well, you just basically are padding out that soffit. The other option, only option is to decrease the width of the windows. So you're actually, you need to come in a foot on the gable sides.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping, if I
that's why
can
we need
go
to
at
get-
6 inches instead of,
I don't think you're getting the support. Is anyone looking at an exception
Could
here?
we just send this back to,
Well,
and he can
we need
figure?
to be clear what we're looking for.
Well, I think he's,
Abby, please, we're almost there, thank you. No, that's not true. I'm trying to, we all agreed, I think most of us anyways, that we wanted to move through these items. Having them being left unresolved doesn't get us any closer to moving through them. So we could ask for revisions, and then we can pick this up again, get reintroduced to it, and talk about it for 15 minutes, or we can be very clear to the applicant right now and move on. Which would you prefer?
I prefer to have them come back with their solution because we've given them so many.
And that's what I'm clarifying to him, is that it needs to be 3 feet from the
Can-
gable end.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, I don't want to, expend the time that we're looking at this. If you guys are okay of not having that center line between the bottom windows and the top windows, I can
We're
push
not
the
gonna make
dormers
that-
a foot.
You're missing the point. We're not gonna make that decision. It's gotta be 3 feet, and then we're gonna look at the composition again. And I was trying to sidestep that because I'm looking 5 steps ahead, because I'm seeing it already as the facilitator of the meeting and understanding where this is going, and that we're gonna be looking at it again and talking about it for another half an hour next time. So that's what's gonna happen now. So let's go ahead, make a motion for revisions, and we can talk about it for half an hour next time.
Anton, my advice is move the dormers so that there's a 3-foot setback.
Yeah,
Don't worry about the alignment with the windows down below.
yeah, that's what I was,
Okay?
that was,
I think the major issue is about massing
yeah,
and the fact that those guys are just too far apart.
yeah.
So if you bring them in closer,
Leave the bottom windows, bring the dormers 3 feet. Yeah, I can do that, no problem.
Okay, and I'm not,
Can we do that through Exhibit A?
hold on a minute.
Sorry, my bad.
You're getting input from one member.
I know, sorry.
And, when we see that drawing, inevitably, some members are going to say, no, that doesn't work for us. So you need to follow the guidelines.
Sure.
Make the revisions and bring it back, and we'll have this discussion again, okay?
Appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
So do we have a motion to hold the revision?
So moved.
Thank you. Abby on the motion?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val? And I'm an aye.
Okay.
All right, we're on to 15 Cliff Road.
Doug,
Mark
Doug's online.
Mark
Doug, did
is
you want
online?
to,
Who's online?
Doug Mills is online. Doug, did you want to screen share?
Good evening. Yeah, I am. Hopefully you can see it now.
Hey, Doug, okay, why don't you walk us through it?
Okay, so originally this was approved as a shell driveway with a brick apron, and the client has asked us to change it to a Belgian block driveway with a Belgian block apron. We've actually reduced the area of the driveway somewhat in order to accommodate some of these trees and try to keep the area as low as possible. We do have an example of the Belgian block that we're looking to use in this picture here. And I will take your comments.
Okay, great, thanks. Joe, you're going to sit on this one. Val has excused herself from the meeting. And does anyone have any questions for Doug? Mickey, you got something?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to point out that just about every other driveway, as far as I can see in that area, is either brick or shell. So the Belgian block would be kind of a new thing up there. It's a little bit more contemporary than the traditional old materials. So I would suggest keeping it as shell or brick. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, again, Ray, Abby, Angus, Joe, and me. Who would like to begin?
It was on my consent. I'm happy to start.
Please.
The reason it's not on consent is for everything that Mickey just mentioned. I looked at all the driveways along that stretch of Cliff Road, and it's all.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I'd like to suggest that if we're gonna say I agree with someone based on everything they just said, that we don't need to repeat ourselves. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything you want to add to Mickey's comments?
No, he said it quite well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
Agree, a lot of block.
Okay, Abby?
Yes, I agree. I think this would look out of place on Cliff Road. I think that the grass strip is sort of a gift you're throwing out there. I think maybe you could break this massive block up with some cobble or a mix of brick and cobble. I think is probably appropriate for Cliff. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this in a cobble would be fine. Doug, what do you want to do?
I mean, we would love to have the cobble. If we could maintain the brick at the sidewalk so that the sidewalk is consistently brick, and then do the cobble beyond that. Is that something that we could do?
Cobble on both sides of the brick?
And sorry, you said cobble. I'm still thinking Belgian block. I mean, we could certainly break it up with cobble at the parking spaces if that's something that you'd be. No.
No, it's the Belgian block. I think in part because it's that light granite versus the native stone colors, pink, tan, and gray that is available in a Belgian block. But it's hard to spec, and so you could either get a cobble approval tonight, or you could come back with the revisions.
Why don't I talk to my client and come back with the revisions?
Okay, so we'll hold for revisions.
So moved.
Thank you, Abby. On your
Thank you.
motion?
Aye.
Joe, oh wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't ask Joe. I apologize.
It's all right. I'm an aye.
An aye. Okay, and
I'm an
Ray,
aye.
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Now we're on to 1826 Sparks. Good evening.
Hello.
Let's roll.
Okay, so this is the smaller building, which we affectionately call the B building during the original review process. We'd like to change the approved sashes to black. There was a lot of discussion about making sure the two buildings were a little bit different. The A building will remain exactly as submitted and approved. We would like to change the window sashes on the B building to factory finish black, Anderson 400s. Simple as that.
Okay. Let's see, it'll be regular members and Connie. Any questions?
George, the original approval, I'm sure, was for gray, right?
That is correct. It was a cobblestone.
Yeah. And the
And
trim is, remind me?
it would be this, it was originally going to be cobblestone. So we would maintain that and change the sashes to black, or potentially go back to staff with an option on the gray, just so that we could make sure that it was all right. But they were
Quite sure
originally.
what that means, but
Yeah, can you restate that?
Well, we think that the original approved cobblestone is going to be fine with the black sash. But if the commission has a concern with that, we'd entertain changing that to another approved color. However, the approved colors for gray are limited, and we would not want to match what's on the A building.
Okay. And Connie?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
through
please.
Mr. Chair? So George, on the application, it says something about changing the commercial windows.
We had originally put in Marvin because we hadn't met yet with the Anderson reps to see if they could actually replicate the sash strengths that we need for impact resistance, which is the fatter rail between the upper lights and the larger picture windows. Anderson's engineers have come back now and said that they could do that too. So we'd prefer to have the same manufacturer for all the windows.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And what about the mutton profile
The mutton profile would be identical to what was approved.
on the Marvin?
Yes. Well, on the Andersons.
Right, but these were previously approved as Marvin, which has a different mutton.
I think we originally had Marvin or Anderson on the application. We're just clarifying that, but we can assure you that the mutton profile would be the same for the glass divisions.
In what series is the Anderson?
The Anderson, the residential windows upstairs is Anderson 400s, and downstairs is the Anderson Unico series. We can get you information on that if necessary.
I would highly suggest we look at that very closely. The architectural is probably the only one I would want to use an Anderson on a one-story commercial building. It's gonna
I don't
look
want big fat muttons.
very strange and
Nor do we, just to be clear. We would.
No, you wouldn't.
and then what were the colors again? I'm sorry, black?
The sashes would all be black.
Okay. Okay, I think, any other questions?
Question.
Connie, would you like to comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Abby, go ahead.
On the, what are they called? What are those things called? On the first floor where you have the decorative windows, I'm losing my concentration. Would those also have black muntins?
That's correct. They would be black.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks. Let's see, Connie?
I'm okay with the color change. I just would want to clarify the profile.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see, Angus?
Yeah, this is a huge building in a highly visible spot, and there's been so much discussion about it. I felt uncomfortable to just put it on consent, so that's why it's here. But I don't really have a horse in the race with it. I like the idea of the buildings being differentiated. The black is is kind of trendy and I prefer the gray, but I'm not going to die on that hill.
Okay, let's see, Ray?
Agree.
Thank you. So I've stated my concern with respect to the profile. I personally want to be very clear on the window itself and the mutton. And I do not believe black is appropriate. I think a dark green would be okay. And those are my thoughts.
I have a suggestion.
Please.
Well, it sounds like we want to review the mutton profile,
Yes, sir.
okay? So we're not closing the book on this just yet. Why don't you get your hands on one of those swatch things that show the different colors so that we can, you know, what we have available to us?
Sure.
Because I think the black and the not terratone,
Cobblestone.
cobblestone will work, but I'd really like to just see it, and, you know, maybe Stevens Green or, I don't know. But I'd like to see the options available.
Actually, I'd like to build on that. George, you previously provided some, you know, wonderful, beautiful renderings. I'd like to have a perspective rendering of the two buildings with the options. And this is a, you know, centrally located, incredibly visible, also very large structure. I don't think people really are going to appreciate how large this structure is until it gets built. And not only how large it is, but it is incredibly close to the street. It's closer than Cumberland Farms, I believe. Certainly if you go by and you look at the foundation where it is now, you can see how close it's going to be to the street. So I think it's important that we have a visual representation that shows the colors being proposed.
Okay, yeah.
Abby?
Did you ask for building A to be, so we could see them side by
Yeah,
side?
I want to see them both with the color options, black, dark green, and what the one that isn't being changed is. And also the information on the windows, a tear sheet, color tear sheet, and the mutton profile.
So I move to hold for some more information.
Okay, and that's the information.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the
Okay.
information.
Angus, do you have anything to add to that?
That's perfect.
Okay, cool. Connie?
Is that the motion?
If you're good on it, you can say aye, and if you
Aye.
want more, you can
No,
say I want
I'm
more.
good. I'm,
Okay.
aye, sorry.
I don't want me to be doing all the talking. Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Important stuff. 17 Lions Lane. Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys, sorry, I'll be very quick, I know it's late.
It's all right.
This is a open lot over in Tom Nevers on 17 Lions Lane. I just wanted to address that this is just purely the main structure, the main home that we're looking at here. There's going to be a separate topographic and landscape, hardscape plan as well. And then there's a separate garage, but this is just purely on the architecture of the house itself. So it's around 1450 on a square footage of the building. Obviously, as you can see from the topographic aspect, there's a high side on the front, which is where the house is set. And then about 40 feet off of that deck, then it really starts to kind of slope down from there. So we're not changing the grade where the house is currently being sit. It sits at its tallest point is 28 feet.
10.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
10, 28, 10.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Abby. It's the highest point is at 28 feet 10 inches, as Abby so eloquently said. The lower massing is 26 feet 5 inches. As far as the structure is concerned, it sits roughly 70 feet off the road, 70 feet off the lot line, about 90 feet off the road. It is all natural to weather trim, black sash. The decks are all mahogany deck, and it's going to be a red cedar roof as well. All right, thank you.
Thanks. So Joe's active on this, and does anyone have any questions for Chris?
I think it's approvable as submitted, so I don't have a problem.
Okay, so I think with that, unless someone has a concern, we'll take a motion.
You know, I do have to point out, folks, Chris, I'm sorry, but the main roof pitch is 8.5 and 12, and the subordinate roof pitch is 7 and 12. So when you look at it from the, which elevation is that? You know, it's
Southwest?
conspicuous that from the side that there are two different roof pitches. And I was, you know, searching for a remedy for that so they could be the same roof pitch, you know, and short of making that sidebar narrow.
You have to go down a page on the side elevations.
What was that, Joe?
Southwest.
I was just asking him to scroll to the side elevations, not the front.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah, the bottom one.
I don't know, it just seems peculiar.
Just ask him.
Well, you could lower the top plate on the subordinate mass and then increase the roof pitch.
Yeah, I could certainly do that.
And you could do it half and half. You could decrease the roof pitch on the main mass and split the difference.
We're still under the height restriction for it. I mean, if we could go to a 9, I think it's only gonna add 6 inches to the height on the main mass, and then I can do exactly that. I can lower the plate down to 7 feet on the subordinate mass, and then I can make that the same roof pitch.
I personally would think at 8.5 and 8.5 is fine.
Okay, yeah.
As opposed to
happy do
making the
that.
structure taller.
Agree.
Yes,
Happy to
Right?
do that.
Everybody's good?
yes, yes.
Okay.
So
Joe,
can I comment?
Angus, go ahead. Well, actually, Joe.
No, I'm just going to mention the same thing that Ray mentioned, because I think from the front it's going to look peculiar as they're not in alignment. But otherwise, I have no concerns. Thanks.
Okay. Angus?
Yeah, so this was on my list, and on the surface, it seemed, you know, like this is something that would fit in, but it's relatively close to the street. And it really is the highest part of the lot. And when you look, if you look at the photograph that's provided of sort of the vista, the second one down, and really sort of do a close up that says standing at driveway. I mean, this is really, it's not a cliff, but it's a huge vista. That I feel like the back of the house is going to be visible from a lot of places, and there was a lot of glass there. And with the idea of other structures being on there, I felt like there needed to be a little bit more looking at the big picture, like the landscape and any other structures, how that was going to sort of nestle into the hill, because this, if nothing else, is built on top of the hill, which is one of those things we don't, you know, isn't in the guideline. It's in the guidelines not to do, is what I'm trying to say.
Thanks, Angus. Can we go back to the site plan?
If I could address that too.
Oh, hold on one
Okay,
second.
I'm
Chris.
sorry.
Hold on one second. Yeah, okay. When I speak, I'll address that. Okay, who is next? Did we all go? Yeah, I think we left it at, let's change the roof, let's change the top plate on the subordinate mass to lower it, increase the pitch slightly, and decrease the pitch on the primary mass. I think we could do that through an exhibit A. I take into consideration Angus's comment about the height. However, I mean, this is a traditional kind of a location for a structure. I don't have a, you know, I would prefer it not be on the top of the highest point on the particular lot, but it's also where a home would traditionally be if you're going to be using your property for other purposes. So I don't personally have a concern with that in terms of character and setting. Do we want to do an exhibit A? Okay. So exhibit A to reflect modification of the secondary mast top plate being lowered,
roof pitch being increased and the primary mass roof pitch being decreased so that they are aligned on angle. Right.
Just to be clear, current main roof pitch is 8.5.
8.5, so-
We're staying with that, right?
Yes.
I was thinking we could, if we lower it, we can then not have to increase the shorter one as much for them to line up.
How do you feel about going 8?
To an 8?
8.
We could do an 8. Yeah, we could do an 8 on.
I'll draw it that way.
Does that make sense to you?
Sure.
Okay. On Ray's motion for an Exhibit A?
Aye.
Thanks, Abby. Ray?
Aye.
Connie? Oh, I'm sorry, Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
No.
I'm an aye, and let the record reflect Angus is a no.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Nice night.
All right, now we're on to 7 Maple.
Mr. Chair, it doesn't look like Matt.
Matt is not
in the
here.
room, or-
I presume there's no butters. All right, now we're on to 8 Macy Road.
Yeah, Michelle's here.
Hi, Michelle. Good evening. So Connie will sit on the board for both of these.
Michelle, did you want a screen share? Could you sign in, did you want a screen share or no? Michelle?
Michelle, do you want a screen share?
Did you want a screen share because you signed in?
Okay,
It's application.
okay. So just kindly direct staff through where you want to be as you go.
Okay. So this house has been condemned. Anyone else probably would say it's a tear down, but in my
Can you
succinct.
direct us through your?
Oh, maybe just go to the,
Thank you.
go to the last page. Please, not 4, A4. There, okay, thank you. So the house is condemned. It's 1.5 story. I'm basically in preservation and salvage. I want to retain the house. The second floor just needs dormers. So the application is for dormers and new windows on the first floor that match the existing. And there's a very small addition of 24 square feet at the front. And a porch extending over the entry and a porch on the rear. And the roof would be asphalt, and windows are proposed as Anderson Woodwright.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Abby, you had this. Well, first of all, is there any questions for Michelle? Okay. Abby, you had this one on consent.
Yes, so the house may be condemned, but it's got some really nice, simple form. And now that form is kind of lost
Bless you.
into a maze of dormers. I don't mind renovating it with a few dormers, but this looks like a lot of overkill, and it changes the simple structure that it was. So those were my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Ray?
I haven't looked at it yet, so.
Let's see. Connie?
If the house is condemned,
Well, yeah, health code,
right,
but it's, yeah.
oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I think it's not stylized, but I just think it's lost some of the simple one-story structure. So I would be more inclined to simplify.
Can we go to the elevations, please? Michelle, I want to get just feedback. I'm sorry, but Angus?
So I just wanted to clarify that north elevation, the dormer that is sort of on the main body above the porch, where the front door is that all the way Is that all the way flush with that gable to the right?
Yes, it's, there is no access to the second floor from the main building to the section over the garage, and that's the only way I was able to resolve getting access.
Okay, I'm just studying it for a second here.
Angus, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
what did you say?
So, in general, I appreciate the reuse of this and working with an existing building. I feel like the dormers are, they keep the continuity of the long horizontal planes, and the fenestration stays somewhat consistent. But the part. The funny part to me is that sort of lopsidedness in the core of the structure. It almost seems like it would make sense for that dormer to go all the way across. But that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Who does that leave? Ray?
So, I think everyone should take into consideration that this is a condemned building, and if I'm not mistaken, that means that basically you could take a wrecking ball to it tomorrow morning. right?
No, Mr. Chair, do you, Mr. Chair? It means no one can live in it.
Health
Health
department, not
code.
building.
It's condemned for habitability. It's non-habitable.
All right, okay, so notwithstanding, I think that look, love the shape and the simplicity of the existing building, but if somebody's willing, or applicant is willing to rehabilitate this building and in so doing, create more space on the second floor with the dormers, I would be in favor of that. So, thanks.
Thanks. So Michelle, my concern is that, I mean, I get that you're looking for access to the second floor, but if the stair went the other direction, then it would go towards the center line, the center of the building, and you wouldn't need a dormer. Or you wouldn't need a dormer of anywhere near that significance. So I think my primary concern is that dormer and the dormer on the north elevation, the center dormer, and the dormer on the left. I'm going to suggest we do a view on this structure.
That's a great idea.
Right? Is that, I think it would be beneficial for everyone to take a look at it.
Yes.
And then we'll,
Spend the night in there.
I want to spend the night in
Me
there.
too.
Sleepover.
Camp out.
I mean, the other alternative somebody would propose is knock it down and build.
No, we understand. That's, I want to take a view. I want to see character and setting.
There's no light upstairs
Yeah.
at all, none.
No, I get it. That's fine. But for me, it's important to have character and setting because these comments that I'm thinking and starting to articulate may not actually be fully relevant. And I don't want to waste my time, your time, the people's time. So I think it's beneficial we do a view, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And is there a motion?
Motion for a view.
A view. Abby on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Hi.
Ray, Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, so that gives us a chance to, we'll see where it goes.
Okay, thank you,
All right, we appreciate your patience. It's important.
thank you. Don't know.
I wish everyone had the patience that you've exhibited.
Michelle, reach out to me tomorrow in the office.
Michelle, we'll have the hardscape track.
You'll have what?
We'll have the hardscape track, because then we're gonna have a better idea of the area. It's just gonna be simpler.
All right,
Okay?
okay, thank you, thank
No,
you.
thank you. Okay, that brings us to 69 Hummock.
In the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, because everybody wants to get out of here, if we just open it without a board and continue it, I can come back at the beginning of December 2nd, when everybody's fresh.
Well,
Because I'm getting.
yeah, I don't know if we want, I appreciate the suggestion, but I don't know if we want to be, adding new business to old business
Well, if we open it
procedurally.
now, it becomes old business.
Yeah, but if we open it now, we want to open it and have a discussion.
Well, I don't want to wait a month for it to get heard again.
Well, then, Linda, we're all in the same boat in that you're number 38 and the person who's 39 has the same situation and the person who's 40 and so on and so forth.
Well, they're not here, so. there you
I
go.
understand that, but we're
Well,
not
if you
gonna.
want to hear it, then we'll hear it.
Let's do it. Let's open it up and see where we get. And we can talk about it for 15 minutes.
So is Joe my alternate up there? I can't see.
Joe is going to be your alternate. Joe is your associate who is an alternate on this application.
So it is.
I'm not sure I like that word.
Well, at the planning board, you're an alternate who is active on the hearing.
Okay.
Here, we're HDC associates.
Semantics, let's go.
And Linda?
I gave you a lot of pictures. Lot of pictures.
Okay, thank you for
From
backing
just about
up.
everywhere. It's not visible. They've done they gave you the pictures. We had it sort of carved out, one of the pictures, so you can actually see where it is on the property.
It's that thing on the left, close to the property line?
Yeah, if you want to go down to the pictures, it might be easier. I took pictures from the inside and from the outside. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. That's from the driveway. The thing is to the right where you can't see it, but I took pictures from actually inside the property, so it gave you a little bit more context. You want to keep going down on the pictures, please? That's going up, that's where it is, but you might as well back up one. You went
This
too
is from
far.
Deer Run Road, right?
No,
No, this is not, this is from Deer Run Road. Or
That's
Burnt
not-
Swamp, sorry, Burnt Swamp.
Yeah.
Burnt Swamp.
so I'm going up the street here, and I'm taking pictures of the existing, and you can see, as we move up the hill, you still can't see it from here because it's below grade. We go one more page, please. I'm still going up the road. Go another page. No, you're going the wrong direction. That's inside the lot where all the trees are. Keep
Yeah.
going.
Hold on, Linda, I want to get some feedback from right here.
Well, the next picture is the
Okay,
the
so
best.
let's go to it. 'Cause
Go to the
this
next
is,
picture, please.
You know, without a site plan that
There.
indicates the angle of view.
That's down below grade,
That's a
and
good one. There's another one.
there's
Linda,
another one
that
even
shows it
further
from the
down.
side.
All right, if you can
Shows
look at
all
the
the
picture on the
street.
bottom, not just the top one, the picture on the bottom of this page.
Fiona?
Just move it up a
I
little
had
bit.
this to review on consent.
There you go.
Okay, so this is that, what's this little lane called back here?
Burnt swamp,
Okay. What?
burnt swamp.
This one is?
Yeah,
Right back there?
yeah,
All right, well, point being, well,
there you go. Leave it
Stop.
just
Okay.
there.
so, looking at the topo on the plan, it's carved in,
Yeah.
right? And you can see that they've planted evergreens all along here already. So, any concern that I had about it being visible from that road have been.
All right, can we go to the
Mollified.
site plan, please?
That's why we cut it in, so you can actually see where it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, I like that.
I just want to see the proximity of it to the Burnt Swamp. Linda, what's the, can we zoom in on the sports court, which is the mid-left?
And it's actually below grade to the left, Steve, where it's
Okay.
running along the property
So
there.
you've called out retaining walls?
Yeah,
Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Okay, let's open this up. Ray, you're good with it?
I'm good.
Abby?
Yeah, thank you for planting those trees along the burnt swamp. I'm just, could we also do some vegetation along the property line on the long side of the sports court? Thank you.
I could, but it's not visible from the street, but we're going to plant so they protect them from there.
Angus?
Yeah, I think as long as we have the proviso that it's not visible in inspection and thereafter.
Okay, and Joe?
I agree with all the comments, in particular Abby's And also just to Linda, appreciate all the pictures, super helpful. Thank you. I have no concerns if that's vegetated alongside.
Okay.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to vegetate the,
North, is it?
I'm looking for a
Could
cardinal
be.
point, I don't see it.
I think it's north.
No, I think it's west.
No, west is
I think it's
down.
north.
It's north.
Is it
I
north?
did the house, remember?
Can we zoom out a little bit, please?
It's
Based
north.
on the locus, it looks like north.
It's north. It runs, the lot runs north and south. He just has it turned this way to get it on one page. That's sideways, so it's north and south. It's a north property line.
Okay, so the north property line be
Yep.
vegetated with evergreen material?
Okay,
Is that the condition?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was that your motion, Abby?
and not visible at the time of inspection.
Not visible time inspection thereafter.
That's my motion.
Okay, so on Abby's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray, Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you, guys. 8:30, getting out of here on time.
How easy are George's?
Yeah, let's look at least,
How easy are they?
well, let's look at them quickly. I don't
Get
want to
up
make
here.
a habit of it, but we're gonna
No.
do it.
Yeah, these are minor revisions.
Pardon me? And every time. All right, George, you know the drill.
Yep, 2 Bittersweet main house. We just added a French door off of the master bedroom onto the deck. We're proposing to change the 15 lights to 4 light French doors to match or more mimic the double hung windows, which are 2/2s. And then we rotated the covering the small porch. We have the gable facing what would be east. It was previously facing the street, but we think that it looks much better facing off to the side. It's a little bit more natural looking with the side elevation.
All right, so Connie, you're on this. Does anyone have any concerns with this?
Oh,
Okay. Well, do we have a motion
I'll move to approve.
on your motion? Let's see, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie? Aye. I'm an aye. Shed?
Bittersweet Shed, this was originally approved on consent. When
Oh,
we
wait,
rev-
I'm sorry, Dylan?
Sorry.
Dylan, which application use your hand on?
Hi, I just wanted to raise my hand as an abutter for 7 White Street. I wanted, and for Bittersweet as well.
7 White Street. So we kind of passed you on the queue, and what was the other one?
For this one, for Bittersweet as well.
Okay, so do you have a comment on?
Yes, I can for both. I can just, this comment's going to really be the same for both properties. So I'm Dylan Metchampel. I'm the town's deputy housing director, and I'm here as a representative of the Affordable Housing Trust as a staff representative, which owns property that abuts both 7 White Street and Bittersweet and 2 Bittersweet. So just wanted to mention that, the trust owns abutting property, and we want to remind the commission that we are hopeful and planning to build affordable and or attainable housing on these sites. So just something to keep in mind as you review these plans.
Dylan, I'm not really sure where in architectural character, setting, sizing, massing, and so on and so forth. So do you have a comment on the architectural plans that have been submitted?
No, it's really more for, no.
Okay,
to be sure.
cool.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing something. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yeah, of course. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. George?
Sure, back to the shed, same changes on the French doors to 4 lights versus 15 to match the 2/2 double hung windows. Actually, that's on 4. I'm on the shed for 2. Sorry, I'm confused. That set me aside. The original shed was approved with the garage doors facing the street. when we reviewed the four bidder suite, you asked us to rotate the shed so that it was facing to the side and the garage doors would not be facing the street. We also lowered the ridge height, which was a request for four bidder suites, so that those two buildings would match. And we added two of the matching double hung windows facing bidder suite.
Can we go to the site plan, please? Those double hung windows are odd. As Diane would say, if it's a door, it's a door. If it's a window, it's a window. If it's a duck, it's a duck. George, are those huge double hung windows going to be visible from anywhere?
I don't believe so. We have landscaping going there.
They're internal to the site,
They actually face bittersweet.
but the shed is there.
Well, the windows are on the shed.
Oh, wait a minute.
So you asked us on four, you asked
So-
us to rotate the shed 90 degrees.
Well, that shed drawn looks a lot bigger than, or a lot smaller than what the elevation's shown. Did I miss something?
No, it's 200 square feet. It's
That's a 10 by 20
10 by
building?
20.
I agree with Stephen that those windows look quite large, particularly facing Bittersweet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't just use smaller windows.
You can't store much in a shed with windows like that, George.
Nope.
And I think that's what the definition of a shed is, storage.
We can entertain smaller windows for sure,
Well, the question is, can we?
or no windows. We can plant vegetation in front of it or trellis it.
I mean, it looks like, I don't know, I thought they were chicken coops.
Steve, am I on this? I reviewed this for consent and
I think you are. Why don't you go ahead, Joe?
Yeah, I'm sorry to complicate things. One of the reasons why I didn't approve the previous application or this one on consent is that this is a change on the site, right? It's rotating 90 degrees. And so now you have these two sheds on two bittersweet and four bittersweet absolutely identical. And the revisions that were just approved on the house make both houses nearly identical. And so I held this because I actually thought that this shed not rotating would at least offer a little bit of difference between 2 and 4, if I understand it correctly. If this gets approved as submitted, you'll have two properties adjacent to each other that have identical houses and identical sheds and the same orientation. Whereas if the shed goes back to facing the road or the gable end facing the road, at least it's slightly different. And this is another, similar property that was up earlier tonight where you've got two lots being developed side by side, but this lot 7 is being shown as blank, but in reality, there's something there. And I don't think we're getting a complete picture, and just raises a concern, even though overall it's a relatively simple change.
Gotcha.
Anyway.
Gotcha. No, that's all helpful. George, I think I'm the last one. I'm not comfortable with the rotation nor the windows, and the not rotating it is part of the solution.
We would be willing to consider that, Commissioner.
Okay.
I haven't spoken yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Angus. Please go
No,
ahead.
that's all right. But I appreciate Joe's comments, and I think it would be helpful, kind of like the 8 and 10 Cato, is to see the whole picture, 2 and 4 together, and to be able to sort of really see the whole thing together.
Yeah, and I want to see it I want to see a elevation from the street, so a streetscape. So we're getting a motion for more information, which is add the adjacent structures and landscape plan and provide a streetscape.
That would be my motion.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. It turned out to be simple, but extended.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, I'd like to please hear a motion to approve minutes September 30th, October 7th, October 14th, October 21st.
So moved again.
It'll be us here and Angus, Abby,
Aye.
Ray, Connie, Angus.
I'm abstaining.
Okay, and I'm a no, just to be consistent. And how about a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, Angus on your motion.
Aye.
Ray, Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
I'm gonna say aye.
and I'm an aye. Thank you, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Yep, you too.
Yes.
You too.
Just so that I'm clear on the Sparks app, these are the standard. Oh, you got them. I have